Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı.
Belə yaranıb o belə gözəl.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı.
Belə yaranıb o belə özəl.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Böyle yaranır o böyle güzel.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb o belə özəl.
Her birimiz mavi sema görürük. Her birimiz eyni ömür sürürük. Her birimiz farklı düşüncelerde eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim.
Her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranır o belə gözəl.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Böyle yaranır o böyle özel. Her birimiz mavi sema görürük.
Her birimiz eyni
ömür sürürük.
Her birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə
Eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim.
Ağaçta her yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli.
Belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Ağaçda hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük. Hər birimiz eyni ömür sürürük. Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgi alayım. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm.
Hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə özəl. Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük.
Hər birimiz eyni
ömür sürürük.
Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə
Eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgi alayım. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgi alayım. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgi alayım. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Bele yaranıp o bele güzel.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı.
Bele yaranıp o bele özel.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Bele yaranır, o bele güzel.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Bele yaranır, o bele özel.
Her birimiz mavi sema görürüz. Her birimiz aynı ömür sürürüz. Her birimiz farklı düşüncelerde. Aynı bir cahanı bölüşürüz. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim.
Her yarpak başkasından farklı. Bele yaranır, o bele güzel.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Bele yaranır, o bele özel. Her birimiz mavi sema görürüz.
Her birimiz aynı
ömür sürürüz.
Her birimiz farklı düşüncelerde.
Aynı bir cahanı bölüşürüz. Sizden bir yan özün yan olsa da dünyada tek değilim Ferqliyəm Sizden bir yan sevgi istəyirəm Sevgiyə layıqəm Ferqliyəm Sizden bir yan özün yan olsa da dünyada tek değilim Ferqliyəm Sizden bir yan sevgi istəyirəm Sevgiyə layıqəm Ferqliyəm Sizden bir yan özün yan olsa da dünyada tek değilim
Ağaçta her yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli.
Belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Ağaçda hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük. Hər birimiz eyni ömür sürürük. Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm.
Hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə özəl. Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük.
Hər birimiz eyni
ömür sürürük.
Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə
Eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa olsa da dünyada tek değilim.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranıb o belə gözəl.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı.
Belə yaranıb o belə özəl.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranır o belə güzel.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Belə yaranıb o belə özəl.
Her birimiz mavi sema görürük. Her birimiz eyni ömür sürürük. Her birimiz farklı düşüncelerde eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada terk edilen.
Her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranır o belə gözəl. Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı, belə yaranır, o belə özel. Her birimiz mavi sema görürük, her birimiz eğilir, ömür sürürük. Her birimiz farklı düşüncelerde, aynı bir cahanın bölüşürük. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım.
Hörmətli xanımlar və cənablar, əziz izləyicilərimiz, sizi xüsusi qayğıya ehtiyacı olan insanlara həsr olmuş 3-cü Ferqli Ferdler Konqresində salamlayırıq. Pandemiya ilə əlaqədar olaraq bu il konqresi ilk dəfə olaraq onlayn formatında keçiriləcək və nəinki xüsusi qayğıya ehtiyacı olan uşaqlara, eləcə də böyüklərə həsr olunacaq. 2 gün davam edəcək konqres çərçivəsində yerli və
мы пережили и продолжаем переживать период пандемии.
Speakers and we're having exchange of opinions. And of course, this event is prioritized by many individuals and companies, as well as here local and international, that are supporting, of course, the social projects, including one of them is BP. And we'd like to use this opportunity to support and to extend our appreciation to all of the authorities and the organizations that supported this. The Heydar Aliyev Foundation, Heydar Aliyev Center, mandatory insurance organization, State Committee on Matters with Affairs with Women, Children and Families, so Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, DOST Agency, Social Services, Azerbaijan Advertisement Agency, CTS, Translation, Credo, and other. We are sure that with this support, we will be able to develop and contribute to the inclusive society in Azerbaijan. Before the Congress starts, we would like to start with our speakers today here. Allow me please introduce the guests today. The Ombudsman of Azerbaijan, Sabina Aliyeva, Member of Parliament of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Hijran Husseinova, State Committee on the Family with Women Affairs on Women, Family and Children, Gerar Padaya, Member of Parliament, State Committee on Family Affairs, Family, Children and Women, the teacher, Mr. Jayran Abdullahi, Minister of Labor and Social Protection, Social Services Agency, Ms. Vugar Beybudov. Ministry of Education, Advisor to Minister Rustam Aghayev, BP, Middle East Communication and External Affairs, Mr. Bakhtiar Aslan Bailey. Caspian Event Organizer, Mr. Farid Mehmed. My first question will be to Ombudsman, to Sabina Aliyeva. Sabina, what do you think? Our society is ready for the inclusion, and what about the protection of rights and implementation of rights of those of the individuals, and what are the potential things that you expect to hear? Yes, hello, I would like to welcome everyone, dear Congress participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation to you for that you dedicate this another yet third Ferqli Ferdler, this individual congress to those with particular needs, and I would like to thank you for that. This is a very honorable, of course, activity, and I wish you the best of success, of course, in this endeavor. Very responsible, very important, but also a job of honor for all of us. To answer your question, I would like to answer that I would like to say that whether the society is ready for inclusion or the inclusion society, what are the important steps that need to be undertaken? This question obviously, makes all of us think about that and contemplate over the essence. When we talk about inclusion, inclusion is a part of it, regardless of the form of a disability. Inclusion implies additional opportunities in terms of education, work, and other social services, infrastructure, and environment to be able to adapt this and ensure that that the individuals with particular needs have all of these opportunities. And to what extent our society is ready for that, in both in the social and in terms of the infrastructure, to what extent this is accessible, and of course this is very much connected with the general society. So regarding the the latest status of this, the institutional mechanisms and infrastructure are very much connected, and this is comprehensive reforms that are being carried out can, as a society, um, is important to ensure this is social requests and social provision. Of course, when we look at the people with, as a persons with disabilities, as well as those who are defending their rights of the children, as well as ensure the rehabilitation of these rights. Of course, this matter is always on the agenda of the government at all times. And in that direction, necessary steps are undertaken likewise. From that perspective, the first vice president of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Ms. Mehriban Aliyeva, focuses, of course, on the establishment of the new cutting-edge and advanced rehabilitation facilities and equipping that. So this is, I think, has to be, of course, emphasized on a separate note. We hope that when we talk about autism spectrum, and we talk about rehabilitation of the children, to be able to involve them and to establish this kind of facilities and centers in the city of Baku to increase the number, as well as also create this enabling environment for them to have it in the regions of Azerbaijan. I would like to also bring to your notice that autism spectrum and the comprehensive rehabilitation, the ensures also the modern rehabilitation centers, as well as, for example, of the specialized education facilities. We need to also ensure there's clinical psychologists, doctors, therapists, pedagogues, and the social workers. Of course, the number, because this number is limited, creates additional challenges in this environment. Therefore, for these children, when we talk about advanced diagnostics and rehabilitation centers, we need to ensure that they are specialized, and we need to have this well-established, designated facilities for these purposes. As ombudsman, as an institute, uh, the state support for the children with autism spectrum, the particular legislation and the state programs, including, for example, this kind of documents, that the adoption of these documents is obviously considered relevant and commendable for those with autism spectrum, to ensure that there is state support and care to achieve all of these ambitious uh, objectives. We need to, of course, raise the awareness, and we need to research and develop these fields. I think it's also known to many that uh, the coronavirus, COVID-19, the pandemic, and the global pandemics, of course, consequences have also need to also be researched from a human rights perspective. Therefore, from this perspective, of course, obviously, when we fight against the COVID-19 and the measures that are being undertaken by the government, is obviously focused to support these vulnerable groups and to provide them with necessary uh, resources, and to continue the monitoring is important. One of the priorities for us is work with the state authorities and to look at the current resources and possibilities there, and to ensure the rights of children, when how the children are maintained there, how they are being taken care of, as well as the gender related matters. We need to ensure the accessibility is there and is monitored, and the continuous discussion are also being held with them. Um, by the way, the ombudsman apparatus also has a number of actions and measures against the fight in the fight against the COVID-19. We have joined our efforts with the government, and the quarantine regime that has been announced, as well as the social isolation measures. Regarding these particular steps, the president a hashtag on the "We Are Stronger Together" here in the capital city, and also in Azerbaijan in general, working with vulnerable group of people and ensuring the support to the low-income families, as well as individuals who live alone over 60, 65 years old. Um, to ensure also that the individuals with disabilities have the access to necessary, let's say, food security and so on. This is the food packages were distributed to them, and it's continued periodically. When we talk about the sanitary epidemiologic situation in the country, regardless of the social status, everyone has access to ombudsman services. This is a very important aspect. During COVID-19 pandemic, the hotline of ombudsman were accumulated in one, and it was a one hotline, and by use of the information communication technologies, and to process the efficiency and productivity of the citizens application, the hotline 916 was operational and is continuing to work now, working on the 724 24/7 basis. This single hotline call center allows to receive application from the citizen. Everyone has a right to call and address this issue. At the same time, you can do it. You can do the same via Twitter, social networks, as well as electronically through the website. Um, the Ombudsman Ganja, Shaki, Guba, and Jalalabad regions. There is a particular facilities that we have where we work with these regions, and to be able to process these regional applications, to also ensure the raising awareness in terms of the legal aspects, and work with the vulnerable groups from social perspective. It creates additional opportunities for our nationals. The, of course, the initiative of Ombudsman works also based on this, the initiative with the psychologists and this, to be able to support the martyrs' families during the 44 days war, and we continue to provide psychological assistance. Here, we specifically target the post-traumatic stress situation and this psychological health that is required, of course, for these individuals working with their families to be able to adapt them to the normal way of life and support them in that regard. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that it is important the uh, to support these individuals, and I urge everyone to join efforts. And thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Sabina. My question is to Member of Parliament, Chairman of the State Committee on Affairs with Family, Women and Children, Hijran Hussein. Thank you for supporting this Congress in the very first place from the very beginning. As a Member of Parliament, in terms of the development of the inclusive society, what are the challenges in front of the Parliament? Well, first of all, I would like to extend my support to all of the organizers. And we usually raise these questions that all the people are equal, and it's very important not to allow any discrimination between them. And that is why these normative legal acts that are being adopted. And one of the global aims is no one leaving behind principle on the development goals to ensure that there's a fair and just access to economic resources, including the social services, employment, education, and security and safety, as well as equal opportunities in general. Of course, when we speak about this rights, of course, we need to maintain these rights from the very beginning, since childhood. So of course, the protection of these rights is a priority for the government. And of course, the head of the state, Mr. Ilham Aliyev's successful policy towards that contributes to the protection of the children's right. And I think there are key achievements here. And a very strong legal basis has been established that allows to draft important policy documents and the laws on the protection of rights. So of course here, when we talk about the protection of the children's rights, when we talk about whether it is health, education, or general other matters, and of course the social support and mechanisms are provided to the children under 16 years old, and the autism spectrum children also receive this financial support. I would like to say that the first vice president, the Heyderli Foundation president, Mehriban Aliyev, as well as Focus Foundation and many other organizations, of course, focus on large-scale measures and large-scale measures that for the children, for the families, as well as minors, as well as those families and children who live in the war-affected zone. There are many projects that are being conducted to support these families and children in general. It's a great fact that the businesses and the private and the public sector work together and to conduct many projects jointly. And this Congress is held 3 years now in a row, and many projects are also carried out. But at the same time, there are some difficulties, and but challenges, of course, exist. The integration of these children into the society is there. The opportunities are being developed, but still, at the same moment, many children are deprived from these opportunities because the families, the parents of these children, are not allowing them to travel to these rehabilitation centers, as well as many other public challenges. I don't want to abuse much of your time on that, but in general terms, I believe that we will need to work with these parents closely and share these best experiences. The families, the organizations, the centers that are functional in this area, of course, need to work with the mass media and raise the awareness. Also, of course, use instrumentally the social media and to promote the agenda. I would like to say that we are not speaking only about the city of Baku, but I think particularly we need to emphasize the regions. Thus, to be able to establish these centers in the regions and engage these experts and specialists to increase their potential and capacity building, these are all important matters. And the special education programs need to be incorporated into the schools, as well as the number of centers need to be increased. And at the same time, there are many also regions where these children, of course, still do not have access to these opportunities. Therefore, I would like to suggest to conduct a nationwide research to understand the need to and map out the needs assessment and create and conduct projects about that. Dear Congress participants, delegates, of course, the society response to this is critical, and therefore not only, of course, the families of these individuals with challenges and with needs. Of course, we need to raise the awareness in general in the entire society, and particularly so when we talk about, well, here at the legal level, at the Milli Majlis and the parliament level, we of course work on the in the area of the protection of the children. We have raised many matters, of course, until now. Also, at the level of our committee, we had these discussions and hearings, and you also know that in the country, the president of the state has signed a strategy on children. There are many activities and many measures that are being conducted about that, and and at the same time, we you need to use this heavily, and whether it is NGOs and how they can be supportive of this mechanism and what can be done about that. Of course, we as a state committee on the affairs with women, family, and children, I would like to emphasize our activity in that sense. There have been a lot of things happening, and therefore it is recommended to ensure that this committee also focuses on the strategy with children, and at the same time has built, to build a certain network among the government authorities and the structures to be able to strengthen this message. Of course, the society needs to undertake the responsibility on that and also speak to that, when it's not, again, not to work only with the families of these children, but also work with the entire public and the society to strengthen the message and communicate this further. And I would like to again extend my appreciation to everyone who has contributed to the organization of this event. And I believe that this event, this Congress, will serve as an important trigger to the development contribution to the children and our society in general. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Hijran. My next question will be to the Member of Parliament, the Parliamentary Nigar Arpadai. We know that during the pandemic, there are the women during the individuals with disabilities with needs, with particular needs, have faced, of course, different challenges during the pandemic. What is considered in the legislation to be able to address these matters? Hello, I would like to greet everyone, all the Congress participants, and before I do so, I would like to thank, of course, the Congress organizers, because yes, it is a very timely topic, and in fact, we need to discuss this topic at all times because we want to live in an inclusive society, in a caring society, in a society that's supportive. And we see that the challenges of the pandemic, I think it gives additional importance to that. The pandemic, of course, has affected social, medical, education fields, everything. And we'd like to also point out that all countries, not all countries could harmonize and adjust themselves. Even if we see in developed countries, for example, in education field, we see some lack of efficiency that we have also witnessed elsewhere. And I would like to first of all point out that Azerbaijan has advanced in that level, and of course taken the preventive measures to be able to be ahead of that. But in general terms, of course, when we look at the pandemic and the challenges it caused, when we talk about children with autism spectrum and specific has a special influence on them. So this topic is linked to, you know, in 2008, the Assembly on April 2nd is celebrated as a Day of Autism, that is put on agenda all over the world. And before that, back in the 40s, I mean, this conversation was also going on. But when we talk about children with autism spectrum, there's 75 million people living on this planet, and these people sometimes face difficult challenges, and the different ones, and every day, I would say, because sometimes it's miscommunication, sometimes it can even reach a level of discrimination. And very unfortunate that in the international, well, I mean, in general in the world, and when we talk about the legislation here at the national level, it has not been incorporated into the legislation very well still. So when we, for example, work with the EU and with the Council of Europe related documents and directives in 2000, since 2004 to 2014, in a country such as France, for example, uh, uh, uh, had was condemned, was criticized by the Council of Europe, even for several times for the cases related to autism regarding the academic and education opportunities. There are still no legislative acts about all of them, but in some countries they are reflected in a national strategy or as a legislative act. For example, in Bulgaria, and in some countries, since when we talk about in 1990, when we talk about the new integration and legislation, in Romania, for example, the autism spectrum disorders. When we talk about the social, medical, and education, particular education-related services that exist in Slovenia, likewise, when we talk about regulation that regulates the education opportunities in England, likewise, but in other countries, it's rather represented in Croatia, in Czech Republic, in Germany, Lithuania, Moldova, in Netherlands, and so on. This is an action plan more, and it's shaped in that fashion. Well, COVID-19 pandemic obviously affects the education opportunities of children. And when we talk about the circumstances in general, of course, education has suffered the most from this area, from this crisis. And even if we discuss the differences with the regular children, and of course, when we talk about the other different individuals, different persons with particular needs, of course, it creates additional burden on their shoulders, and therefore we need to discuss it. We need to put it on the agenda at all times and make sure that we are not only talking about the children, but also about their families, because their families also on the impact. And I would like to also very unfortunately comment that yes, we still have not incorporated this and enshrined it in our legislation regarding the autism spectrum. There are also certain legislative acts or gaps in that area, or lack of these acts. And we also consider and ponder over the idea that, yes, we need to work on that. We need to strengthen and mobilize and deploy all of our resources to make sure that this is inclusive society, and inclusive society is something that needs to be appreciated. I would like to extend my appreciation to all the conference organizers, and I urge you to be a bit more cautious and attentive to that. Thank you. Thank you, Nigar. State Committee on Affairs with Women, Children and Family, Head of the Apparatus, expert, Ceyran Rahmetullayeva. Ceyran, well, we know that under the committee there are centers to support families and children that also deal with the children with autism spectrum. For the committee, how important the matters of inclusion are for the committee, and what are the measures undertaken in that direction? Well, first of all, I would like to also my deep appreciation to you for organizing this. And on behalf of the State Committee on Family, Women and Children Affairs, working with particular children with particular needs, I wish a lot of success and good luck to all of the organizers and in the course of this event. Well, when we look at the end of the 20th and beginning of 21st century, the autism as a spectrum of disorder has been recognized, but it also was based on the awareness. And we can say that autism in the autism spectrum since 2000, Azerbaijan, both as from the states and from the civil society organizations, has been appreciated and recognized as a country to raise the awareness. Has been done a lot in that respect. As a committee, we, from the very first time when we started to work and establish the centers and outline the direction for the centers, the key priority was working, of course, with the autism spectrum children and integrate and include them into the society. I would like to say of course, there are individuals that need particular support and care, and as during the post-pandemic time, of course, the government needs to take care and need to provide additional more assistance and support to this individual. I think it's one of the important factors, and where we also need to take it further in our centers to support families and children also during the pandemic and also post-war situation. We have a psychosocial support provided to these families. 157 autism spectrum children have been treated and received this psychological support. These are also the individuals with diagnoses, but also there are along with autism, there are also other disorders related to behavioral and malfunction and so on. We have also worked with these children and families to be able to integrate them closer into the society. I would like to also point out that it's important to, of course, pay more attention, and the government has done its utmost to mention here the first Vice President of Azerbaijan, Ms. Mehriban Aliyeva, who has been working in that direction a lot and keen to provide assistance to both children with Down syndrome, autism spectrum disorders, and as well as other children with particular needs, and to be able to integrate them into the society. And the strategy on children has been adopted, and this strategy, one of them was to work and particularly with autism spectrum, and one of the important aspects for the inclusion is early prevention and early detection services. In the strategies, in the strategies that the government developed, of course, indicates the early prevention and early detection mechanisms. When we talk about inclusion and integration, both of them, I think, depend on all of us. And to support the individuals with particular needs, and if we work together and join our efforts and change the way the way of thinking, and this will allow for a wider integration and inclusion. and including the autism spectrum, and the individuals with particular needs need to ensure that there are enabling environment and conditions. We urge everyone to support that. Thank you. Thank you, Ceylan. And now we'd like to pass the floor to the Minister of Labor and Social Protection, Social Services Agency, Mr. Vugar Behbudov, Chairman, please. Well, what are the opportunities to create the opportunities to spend leisure time and rest, and the social services agency, what are the projects that are conducted by your agencies now? Thank you. The social services agency works with particular individuals with particular needs, and to be able to integrate them into the society and organize different projects to spend the leisure time. I mean, one of them is a social rehabilitation. A second is, for instance, to be able to integrate them with society and ensure the social integration, as well as organize the efficient and productive leisure time. During this year, have been in the multiple cases with the use. There was a carpet weaving, sewing, designing, tailoring, wood carpeting, painting, and other exhibitions that were held. The in the project, these initiatives have been supported to be able to create these opportunities for children and families. And this was our main objective. And during the project, with autism spectrum, we also worked with in the field of sports and the physical education to provide the additional opportunities for socialization, inclusive sport types. A strategy was prepared on that, and and competition contests were held also on the use of the bicycle, and so bicycle riding and so on, to be able to provide them with a much more level of awareness. We worked also with media, as well as created and produced different videos, interviews, and then we shared them on social websites to be able to support the individuals with particular needs. Another campaign was launched recently to be able to support these activities. We continue with the sport events, and working with the PE and involve them in this area. Thank you. Rustam. So, regarding online education of the children with particular needs, are there any particular research carried out on that for the children and for the families? What are the methodological support, advanced lecture providing opportunities, as well as the platforms that need to be accessed by them? What can you say about that? Thank you. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear conference participants, dear children. I would like to welcome you all. Thank you for inviting me to this event today. In general terms, when we talk about the particular education needs of the children with needs, it is an accepted reality that we need to support. And of course, inclusive education and inclusive education and Since 2014, the application of inclusive education working with the support and inclusive education has been expanded, and since 2015 the UNICEF and Ministry of Education partnered and international experience and best practice has been researched, as well as to make sure that the education opportunities have been taken to another level. So in that respect, the profound, of course, research and reforms have been conducted to be able to engage as children into the education process. And at the primary level, for instance, the inclusive education model is being prepared, and for the primary education, the inclusive education model, there's action plans, there is also the strategic roadmap that have been drafted. In 2015 and 16, in this academic year, therefore, several schools were selected as pilot schools, where at the primary level, and the professor faculty from the German university have been engaged to be able to deliver this training in the pilot selected schools, and worked with capacity building and institutional building at the level of this selected pilot projects, and for the individual education programs, and new assessment tools and methodology have been obtained and purchased, and the implementation of them has started. So with the logoped, also other assistance on education, and as well as necessary infrastructure related matters have been changed. I mean, there's a need for comprehensive approach to be able to improve, of course, the capacity and the potential of the faculty to be able to update the curriculums, to create new ones, and exchange the experience in the electronic format. The inclusive education programs in 2020 development concept, as well as the state strategy on education, has covered these important aspects on inclusion. In 2017, there was a new program on inclusive development of inclusive education, which was approved by the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, which outlines the importance at all levels of education to ensure that there are necessary conditions to be able to engage the individuals with particular needs to the education, and to make sure that there is a barrier-free environment. And Minister of Education in 2021 in the action plan has included likewise the steps and measures to be able to expand the inclusion for next years, particularly so to 2022, and 8 inclusive classes will be launched. And when we talk about distant based education, when we talk about involvement of students into the distant-based education, we have carried out another several projects in cities like Ganja, Shamkir, Baku, Tovuz, and so on. Around 250 individuals with particular needs have been involved, and they have been supplied with computers and internet bandwidth to make sure they can access the classes. At the same time, the Heydar Aliyev Foundation, the vice president, Leyla Aliyeva, has launched another project on the distant education. And also in several hospitals, the additional opportunities for the distant education were prepared, and this process still continues. Now, during the pandemic, when we talk about the distant education for the children with particular needs, has also been started. And but at the same time, I can say that in a couple of cases, because of the pandemic and because of this situation, sometimes with those individuals who have the challenges, they were some issues. We would try to solve these challenges on site in a different way and form. Well, this process is still continues, and this Congress that we attend now is being held for 3 years, and I would like to thank the organizers for this. And this, well, first of all, on behalf of the I mean, it's very important to provide this assistance and support to this, and we will continue these efforts in that direction as Minister of Education. Thank you. Thank you, Rustam. My next question is to BP, Communication External Affairs Vice President, or BP, Bakhtiar Aslanbeyli. As you know, the inclusive environment has been under attention and focused by BP at all times. Do you have individuals with special needs working at your company? And what do you think the corporate sector, the private sector can play in that regard? And what can BP can share with us about that? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, in our company, we also have individuals with particular needs, special needs, and whether we talk about this general environment that they find themselves in, and also because of the working condition and environment. Of course, it's important to ensure satisfaction. We do our best to do so. And the working with in the process of the recruitment of the nationals with particular needs, we identified that it's there is a quite adaptive environment that need to be set, and we as a company working in Azerbaijan for almost 30 years, and at the same time continue to expect to work in the country for more years to come. Of course, we understand the value that we need to attach to the being the corporate social citizen, and along with the oil and gas, and of course other projects that we have to ensure that the social projects are conducted for that matter, and we need to participate and be engaged with that to make sure that it's sustainable, continues in society. And we, of course, participate in the social education related projects, where we act very actively, and the environment related social investment projects, of course, are critical for us, and we as a corporation, of course, use these resources for that purpose. I would like to also very emphasize that the inclusion-related projects are also being conducted, and when we talk about the preschool and at the primary level of education, their inclusion-related events and campaigns, of course, including the practical exercises as well as the preparation of certain methodological and literature and publications. We are working on this pilot project, quite active, quite successful, and we believe that we will continue with this on this path and in the general education facilities to ensure that the social inclusion is there and to support the government with that. Of course, we through the faculty and the teaching staff working with the children to make sure that these children can be adapted closely and can their needs with particular their needs for particular conditions that they require can be met and satisfied. At the same time, another project that we have with the Birge Public and Healthy Union is conducted there also with autism syndrome individuals with autism syndrome and integration of this. This is not necessarily a purely education related project, but at the same time, the citizens of our country that faces challenges to make sure that these individuals with autism syndrome can be trained properly, can receive proper treatment and have proper training also. We work with the trainers on how to deliver these skills to them and be able to improve the situation. So this has been tested and prepare also the ensure the access to database of full of information to be able to learn and progress. And I would like to, I'm very happy that first of all this project remains continuous, and in the first and now second stage we will continue with the certification, additional training. When we talk about recruitment and the employment purposes in general, I would like to point out that uh, um, another recruitment process is conducted and in two stages. There are over 100 candidates that will receive this special training, and through this training they can improve their capacity and potential working at home or at work, and also um, so would be able to conduct their labor activity and increase their employment opportunities and skills in general terms. And I'm very happy to say that some of these individuals in a very short period of time they have kind of signed this short labor contract. Some of the others have signed a long-term labor contract, and uh, others already work in other uh, corporations, other companies, and they have applied to this, and they are now more competitive to be able to find the opportunities for themselves. And in general terms, we, and in the example of our company, the private sector and the private sector, of course, needs to be engaged in to ensure that the inclusion and the all these individuals are there to be to and I'm very happy that other companies and other colleagues of ours have joined this call, and that they have united their efforts to join this initiative, and this becomes a now a tradition, and this initiative has been established now as a long-term commitment, and to make sure that the inclusion and also the particular nationals with the special needs, increasing of their employment and competitive skills, to make sure that they are being now more supported on the healthy values in that direction and work together with us. Thank you. Thank you, Bertier. Now I would like to pass the floor to Caspian event organizing director Farid Mammadov. CEO. Well, it's a third year that you are holding this Congress. Why is that? Regardless this pandemic, you still decided to conduct this event. Well, first of all, on my behalf and on behalf of organizers, I would like to sincerely greet everyone. This Congress now for the third year is prepared. And from the very first days, the business communities and the government supported this initiative. I'd like to use this opportunity and extend my appreciation to all of the authorities as well as the partners and sponsors here. I have no doubt about this utility and the benefit of this Congress, because this Congress, of course, allows to change the attitude of the society in general to the people with particular needs. And at the same time, it's important, of course, to focus on the and raising the awareness of on these needs and on these people, and what are the potential opportunities that these individuals can bring about to the society. Um, so in this now extreme and force majeure situation, of course, we need to ensure that the psychological and the social adaptation and rehabilitation is there for these individuals with particular needs. And I hope that with our partners, we will be able to additional trigger and give an impetus to the development of the inclusion area in our country. I would like to thank all the participants and wish them the best of success. Thank you, Farid. Thank you, dear colleagues, dear participants. I would like to thank you once more. Every Congress, of course, is a trigger, is an incentive to the development of this area in our country. I believe that this will not be an exception this year either.
Hamıya salamlar. Добрый день. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Congress. Добро пожаловать на Конгресс. Hoş gelmişsiniz. Я хочу напомнить всем, что у нас есть перевод на английский, на азербайджанский.
I'd like to remind everyone that we have the interpretation into the English language. I am the organizer and the moderator of this Congress. My name is Mikhailova, and we are very happy to meet with you for the third time in a row, because this subject matter that we're discussing is not always easy to discuss and talk about, as this topic and subject is a problematic one, but it can be solved and worked on together. We participate, at the moment, we participate in Ferqli Ferdler Congress, and the difference of this Congress, the specific feature of this Congress is that this year we are talking about the entire, virtually the entire population, youngsters, and people that need help from their birth to the end of their life. And in 2021, despite the fact that we are using the online format, although we don't like it very much, we have had over 2,000 people registered to participate in this forum. And they did it not only we're happy, we're happy because in the past, throughout the 44 days of the war that we have won, we understood that we can solve problems together by joining our efforts, not individually, not on our own. So we have joined in using this online platform, and hopefully next time we will be working in the offline format. The Ferqli Ferdler Congress is about people with special needs, but most importantly, this Congress is taking place with the participation of the people with special needs. The producer of this Congress is Antonina Steynberg. She is the leader of the project aimed at supporting the adult people with the autism spectrum disorder. We have both the government, the commercial structures and entities, as well as the population support this Congress. And this year, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Labor and Social Protection of the Republic of Azerbaijan, the Foundation of Heydar Aliyev and the Center of Heydar Aliyev, as well as the State Agency of Compulsory Medical Insurance, the State Committee on Issues of Family, Women and Children, I guess the agency, the DOST Agency, Social Services Agency, and the State Advertisement Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan have provided their support, let alone the support that we are feeling that was provided by the population. We feel it very much. The general partner of this Congress is the BP company. Thank you very much for your participation, for your sponsorship, as well as for your introduction of the programs, which is further improving our society. The Congress is supported by partners, not only sponsors, but most importantly, their partners. This is the East Group Consultants Cities Translation Credit Group. Thank you very much for your support. I would like to touch upon the outcomes of the previous congresses a little bit so we understand what it is that we have achieved. We have never wanted to hold the Congress for the sake of the Congress itself, but we always wanted to see the outcomes and results, and we do see them because following the past two Congresses, we have had great achievements in terms of the programs for special people with autism spectrum and people with some other special needs. We have a huge number of people actually worked out this program and worked on its implementation. Susanna Bereski actually authored it, and as a result, we actually got an inclusive program which is not even implemented by other countries. As they say it all over the globe, there's no such other program. The Congress was visited by over 150 lead experts from all over the world. This means that we actually are lifting borders. We provide an access to expertise to people from Azerbaijan, as well as providing people with an opportunity to fellowship, to communicate, which means that they can get information on the problems, on the instruments necessary to solve the problem. One other important achievement is that at the initiative of CEO sponsorship, sponsor company, the book was translated, and it was translated, an important book was translated by people with special needs. The translation was done by Antonina Steynberg and Exevoska, and the book right now is about to be published very soon. The new subject matter for this Congress is post-traumatic syndromes, and we will be talking about not only about people that are living in post-traumatic syndromes, but also we will hear people that are specialized in specific ailments, and we have other important subject matters which we will highlight here. And the most difficult thing here is to maintain the timetable. We will have a section for the corporate, led by the corporate sector, dedicated to the employment of people with special needs. We will be talking about the bipolar disorders, compulsive and associative disorders. We will also be doing neurogymnastics in the online fashion. We will have a lot of interesting things to participate in. We have the chat for you to use if you want to ask questions to the speakers. So I suggest to switch on to our next session. And that session is very interesting and very important, and it is going to be led and moderated by Antonina Steynberg. She knows what it means to go through this every day, and she's also helping other people to solve similar problems and issues. The session number 1 is titled Nothing About Us Without Us, all first-hand information about autism. We give the floor to Antonina Steynberg. Thank you.
Итак, я представляю вам нашу первую.
So, I present to our first participant. She's a beautiful girl by the name of Aisha. She's gonna tell a little bit about herself. She will tell about how she spent the past year, the past pandemic year, as a person with autism. How did she go through different areas of her life when she had problems fellowshipping with a small circle of people that were her friends, are her friends and family members? What kind of thoughts and ideas she had about the process of education, what it is that she wanted to see in terms of her future changes and changed group of people around her. The floor is over to you. My name is Aisha. I'm 14 years old. I study in FTISA. The past year was quite difficult for me, indeed, because I could hardly go anywhere. No theaters, no cinema, no parks, and that was a little bit difficult to do. And but it was very good that I could actually meet my friends. I could hold online meetings with them. Initially, I had a very difficult time, but then I slightly adjusted. Please tell us what kind of sensorial difficulties did you have during the distance or remote education process? Actually, I didn't have any difficulties. Initially, I had a difficult time adjusting to the links, etc. But then actually I came to like this kind of distance education even more than the offline education, because I don't like very much to leave my home in the morning. So I had an easier time studying in a remote way. Did you have and did you easily perceive the sounds? Because often, sometimes there were some problems with the sound communication. Sometimes sounds were too loud or too quiet. I think it was not difficult at all. I did not even notice uh, any any difficulties that occurred there. Actually, it was better for me than the offline school, because in real school I could not get rid of the surrounding sound, whereas here it was more easy for me to handle. When talking about the physical school, you said that the sound there was too loud and you could not flee from it. Actually, how did you feel in that school? I did not feel very comfortable there, because children would be yelling and crying all the time, and it was very uncomfortable. And the environment was quite toxic for me, and I wasn't feeling comfortable physically, because the classes were not very broad, and morally I did not feel very comfortable, because the atmosphere was quite toxic. So you could not find friends in school, right? No, unfortunately I couldn't. I could actually befriend some of the high schoolers, but they were not very pleasant people, as it turned out eventually. Do you have any friends altogether? If you have some friends, please tell us about them. Yes, I do have the best friend of mine is Tubris. She is 13, going on 14. She's a very good girl. She's very interesting to be around. I like her very much. I like to spend time with her, and I enjoy her company as she is comfortable to be around. And she's very easy to fellowship with. She's very simple and kind, and she can always give. She can always provide help and assistance. I would say she's the closest friend of mine, and she is the most trustful friend. So you mean that she's the girl that you can always entrust your both your happy and difficult moments of life? Yes, and she will always understand and support you. Yes, that's right. It's very good that you have a girlfriend like that in your life, and I hope you can find other friends that would be as trustful and faithful. What do we like to do together? We like to fellowship. We would often visit uh, different attractions. We like to watch movies together. We like to draw pictures. We just like to be around each other. You said that you like to paint together. I know that you're a great painter with beautiful personalities portrayed with very good colors and images which you like to portray. Please tell us, do you want to turn your ability in the area of painting into your future occupation? Actually, I would like to turn this into my future occupation. I think I would do a good job using animation and application. Please tell us if the painting skills that you have are helping you to overcome some of the current difficulties, perhaps some hardships in terms of your educational process. Does it support you? I wouldn't say that my painting skills can really help me out, but when I don't feel very good, it's better for me to stay alone in the room doing nothing. Do the surrounding people know that you need some time you need to spend some time alone, so you can uh, come into your senses? Do they support you in that? Yes, they do support me. So your family and your friend know about it. Yes, they do. And you would like other people also to know what kind of support and help you would need. Yes, it'd be great if they would know about it. Did you try to tell other people about what it is that you need when you need the time to spend alone, when you don't want anybody to make noise around you? Yes, I did tell them about it, and they respect that. Well, the closest people do respect it, but how about the school environment? They do not. The school environment doesn't really respect it. They don't even take me as a personality oftentimes. That is very sad. Oftentimes, the autistic kids oftentimes are isolated by they are isolated by other schoolers and school environment, and this is what we'd like to draw our congress participants to this particular point. If you are a parent of a kid having certain disorders, or if you work at school, please speak out loud about it. Do not keep quiet, because it's very important for such kids to find themselves in a favorable, comfortable environment. Try to explain to other people that your kids have certain special features, as Aisha just brought this example that she sometimes needs to stay alone in a room mm, to to accumulate some strength and speak up in schools and in your environment about the needs that these kids have. Aisha, please tell us what it is that you would like to do in the future. I think you already are mindful of what, thoughtful of what you will be doing. You will be studying in a university and what kind of occupation we'll have in the future. I'd like to. Uh, I don't really know yet who I would like to become, but I'm interested in working in an office activity as well as political activity. So you have a broad spectrum of interests. Yes. Tell us about your unique project of inclusive theater. Oh, I love the theatric art, and I like to clothe and portray different personalities. Unfortunately, the the Machine Времени project phase 2 could not be implemented, but I think it will be in the future. I like to write different plots and scenarios, different dialogues, and I think I think I'm quite successful in that. Yes, I saw the scenarios that Aisha has written, and these are absolutely beautiful stories. I can confirm this for our Congress participants. Please tell us, can you coin one idea of your theatric skits? Uh, what what is it all about? I like to show people a good conduct through some vivid skits. I like musicals very much. I think musicals can be successfully used to show different life stories. Well, the main idea of your plays is about the right kind of behavior of your personalities, of your heroes, and how that they might have difficulties, and yet they actually overcome them in a very beautiful way. Thank you very much. These plays and skits are beautiful indeed. Aisha, I would ask a little bit difficult question right now. What do you think? Um, what how can you characterize the modern society's attitude towards autistic kids and children? Is it very bad, or fairly good? It depends on the community in question or individual mm, or individuals. Altogether, it is rather neutral or closer to a good one. I think if a person should a person behave inadequately, regardless of whether they are autistic or not, they will not be treated well. That's my personal opinion. So it's a two-way road. It's autistic people are learning to behave in the society, and the society is learning to behave towards the autistic people. These are absolutely correct words. Do you think that in the past years the attitude towards the autistic people has improved, including through through such events as our Congress? I think it indeed has improved. So the society um, is changing for good, and the autistic people are less and less afraid to participate in the social life. Yes, I think it is indeed so. Please tell us, Aisha, if you have any special wishes for all autistic people based upon your extensive and comprehensive experience of both positive and negative interaction with people. What would you like to say to all autistic people so they can implement, so they can actually develop their potential? I would actually address this to all people, not only to autistic people. I think that they all should know that the society's attitude towards them is not always their problem. Sometimes we're talking about large communities which are not very friendly. So it's always better to find a specific person to keep around. And also, I don't recommend to stick to toxic people. It's always better to stay around comfortable people. Thank you very much. What would you wish to Tamerlan specifically? I wish him successes. I wish everything good to take place in his life so his wishes will come true. Thank you very much, Aisha. Thank you too. And we are switching on to Tamerlan. He's our next speaker. Tamerlan is our next speaker. He's going to tell us a little bit about himself. Tamerlan, please. The floor is over to you. My name is Tamerlan. I'm 13 years of age. I live in the secondary private school, mathematical school. In the 8th grade. I study in a remote way. The advantages of the offline school is that I could spend more time. Well, the advantages of the online education is that I can spend more time with my family members and my friends. Whereas the disadvantage has to do with having to sit in front of the computer for a long time, and I couldn't go out for a walk every day as I used to do it before the pandemic. My family is supporting me in everything, but special support is given by my mom. I want to graduate well from the school and pass all the exams to be admitted by the university, hopefully Boston University, and then I'd like to study computer technologies in English, and I'd like to become a highly qualified software programmer. Tamerlan, I'd like to ask you a question. You said that before the pandemic, during the pandemic, you could not go out for a walk as often as you used to do it before the pandemic. Please tell us, when you could go out before the pandemic, did you have any friends that you could spend time with? And if yes, what kind of friends do you have? Well, unfortunately, I had no friends at all. But during the pandemic, I could maintain good relations with my friend Ismail, who is not often goes out into the neighborhood, just like myself. Did you get acquainted in the neighborhood? Yes. Well, actually, you did befriend me with Ismail, and you did it successfully. Well, I'm happy to hear that you actually successfully befriended that beautiful boy. Please tell us what it is that you are usually talking about with Ismail when you meet each other. We're talking about our home affairs, about what we do at home. We are discussing sometimes the reasons for why he doesn't show up down in the neighborhood. I also ask him about how he is doing during the pandemic. Thank you very much. As you can see, the autistic people would like to have friends, and oftentimes they have a great care for their friends than ordinary people. You should always remember that your kids and teenagers, both autistic and otherwise, need a circle of friends. Please tell us, Tamerlan, have you found friends in school? Not so far. Tell us, please, what do you think? Will you be able to find some friends in the university? Yes, of course. Of course, should there be a large circle of people, I will find some friends. What would you like to discuss with your friends in the university? I'd like to discuss history, literary works to discuss. I'd like to discuss them with my friends. I will start reading the literary works as a result of some homework assignments given to us. Also, I'd like to discuss mathematics. And computers probably too, right? Well, yes, computer. And I know that you know a lot about computers. Also, you're into math, chemistry. I know that you started to. Tamerlan, I know that on top of everything else, you're also a collection. You have a collection. What kind of collection do you have, and what kind of attitude do you have towards this collection? Well, my attitude towards why well, I have there has been an interruption in my dealing with this collection, but sometimes I uh, sometimes I log on. I go into the internet to find some information about the new coins. Please tell us, Tamerlan, you were talking some time ago. You used to talk to your friends about the collection, but then you understood that should you only speak to them about the collection of your coins, you will seem boring to them, and then you realize that you have to talk about other things as well. What did you try to ask them about, or what kind of conversations did you initiate towards them? Well, I would ask about lots of things. For example, education, children's education, work, behavior at work, historic events, etc. Beautiful. So you were asking them questions regarding a broad series of issues, and eventually you had more fluent conversations with people, and your fellowship, the quality of your fellowship actually improved. Is that right? Yes. What would you like to wish Aisha? She's our colleague participating in our meeting here. I'd like to wish her success. I would like to wish her to study in the university of her choice, that she would pass the exams and graduate from the school. So she would study in her favorite university, and that she would also have a good career growth. Thank you very much, Tamerlan. Let's bid farewell to the participants of our Congress and wish them success during the 2-year activity
Thank you
of the
very much.
Congress.
Thank you.
xüsusi hər birimizin, ələlxüsusda xüsusi qayğıya ehtiyacı olan insanların, onların yaxınlarının həyatında böyük dəyişiklik.
COVID-19 that has been rippling all around the world has certainly made a great difference in the lives of many, and we as organizers, we've decided to certainly thrash out these details alongside the parents and those who've been severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic.
I could not travel anywhere. Good afternoon, good morning. The greatest problem I have had during the quarantine is the change of habitual order of things and the need to wear mask and gloves in some places and even during my walk. The third problem had to do with the condition of uncertainty. I did not know how long the quarantine will continue, and of course it was quite difficult. It was traumatizing, and hopefully this will end sometime in the nearest future. The most difficult thing during the pandemic had to do with the isolation, the inevitable need to fellowship with the closed ones and family members, and of course I hoped that that this will end up very soon. The closed down parks, the depressive atmosphere, closed down schools. These were the most difficult things.
Of course, just like many other families, and rehabilitation, that was something that I was overwhelmingly concerned given the very certainly restrictions, closures, and sometimes we were racing against the time, for want of a better word. So this exactly pandemic was one of those times.
Also during the pandemic, I studied my native language, the Azerbaijani language, since I know 3 languages. Also, I was meditating and doing my paintings.
However, I saw the upside, that we got together much more closer together in the family, closer communication, certainly elucidated a lot of things on the household level. The way we were better as a teamwork. I wish everyone have a healthy and long life.
Спасибо большое. У нас на связи.
Thank you very much. We have Antonina join us right now. Actually, there was a very good conclusion made by Tamerlan, whom we got acquainted with during the previous Congress. And he said, he summarized it and said that all of us will overcome this. We will make it. I think that this is a very good logo that we should take forward, because everything we have, everything good we have in life is always costing us some effort making. Antonina, I'm so happy, immensely happy to see you online. Unfortunately, not in Baku and not in an offline fashion. Hopefully that will happen soon as well. Thank you for having joined us and become the producer of this Congress. I don't think we will have had so many insights as we have right now if you were not with us, if there was no Aisha and their other kids and their parents with us, because it's very important what it is that children are feeling, those children that need special understanding, so to say. I will remind us by saying that Antonina is the producer of the Congress Ferqli Ferdler project for support of people with autism, Autistic City, person with autism. She's an expert for support to children with special needs. How do you have enough time to do all of this? How do you have enough time to do this? Good morning, Tatiana. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you. Before I answer all your questions, I'd like to suggest all of the audience of our Congress to write words of support to our speakers that are taking the floor and speak here, because they were preparing for a long time and they were very nervous. So please write some kind words to them. They will necessarily read them, and it will turn out to become a beautiful event for them. By doing this, you will actually accept people with autism disorder. Just a little bit about myself. I'm an expert of Federal Resource Center for Complex Support for Autistic Children. Experts of our Federal Resource Center will also take the floor here during the diagnostics panel discussion. How do I make it? Well, it's not easy. I always maintain the idea that nothing about us should be without us, because only these people can tell about these special needs, and only by maintaining the dialogue with parents and kids, as well as government authorities, we can actually build a society to support the potential of every person. Thank you very much, Antonina. I'd like to remind our audience that our younger colleagues are not here with us right now, but we have some questions for them, and I will address them to you probably, because Antonina is immediately dealing with these children. And one of the questions was that Aisha actually positively received the online education, remote education, and I would like to ask whether other children are also perceiving and conceiving of the remote education in the same way, because as nobody actually expected it to happen this way. How do kids perceive it today? I know that you're working with many kids, with scores of kids. It's a big question, an abrupt change which took place without any preparation. Of course, it brought about some difficulties for the kids. Everybody had a difficult time adjusting. Some had difficulties from the technical standpoint. Some others had organizational bottlenecks. And of course, children with autistic spectrum, they are attached to specific behavioral patterns, and they need specific system of support to maintain those skills. And of course, they had a difficult time when they had to abruptly adjust to the new conditions. Gradually, of course, they adjusted to the remote education, and they even found some advantages of online education, but not because it is qualitatively better than the offline education, which it is not. But unfortunately, because while being in school, they did not find necessary support, trust. They would be mocked and suppressed, not only by the classmates, but also by teachers and instructors. Unfortunately, not all schools are implementing the inclusive educational program where every person and where kids with special needs can actually find their own individual place. And that's why, as Asha said, such kids with specific needs found that more favorable, found this kind of remote education more comfortable for them. But we should also understand that even while being in school, these children with special needs would be isolated in their classrooms. But there are schools, of course, that where typical kids are supporting such autistic kids and kids with other special needs. And so by supporting such children with special needs, the typical kids would also get accustomed to the fact that it's absolutely normal to be different, and the society is gradually changing in this way. I think that the ability to receive, to accept the fact that we're all different is one of the greatest problems, because we're not only talking about the acceptance, of people that are different from the standards that we have made up for ourselves. But it's about our ability to accept our own selves. Antonina, here's my question. 3 major advices that you could provide for the parents and individuals. This Congress is not only about the children, but about all people. Three recommendations as to how to help yourself, since the pandemic isn't over yet and nobody knows when it will be over. We cannot forecast it. Your 3 recommendations. Well, I will voice them out now, but I'd like to say some words of thanks. I wrote in to different entities and organizations, including BP company. I wrote in chat the words of one respective lady that she said that these kids have the same rights and they need to have different facilities established and programs to help them develop their skills and behavioral skills. And please, if you're into online education, don't be embarrassed to ask for the break because you have a hard time sitting for a long time in front of the computer. Don't be embarrassed to say that you have a difficult time switching from window to window, reading different materials. Perhaps some people have a difficult time sending voice messages. Perhaps they would prefer some written homework assignments. This is a very important element of self-advocacy that helps you find your place in the society, rightful place in the society. The parents should also be bold, and they should help their children to voice out their needs, come up with social organizations, community organizations, and help solutions to employ your children. This is an absolutely normal practice. All the social changes have always resulted from the efforts made by the parental committees and organizations. We have heard a lot about the changes in legislation and programs which have been implemented and are implemented in response to the previous congresses. I would like to say that you should be acquainted with the best world practice and always ask parents about what it is that they would like implemented and participate in this important multilateral dialogue. Thank you very much. Prior to bidding you farewell, I have the advantage of the moderator. I can spend time in a more flexible way. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, I would ask the interpreters to switch because what Aisha has written, she wrote a poem in English. It should become a leitmotif.
Rainy day with a lonely person that wishes to be understood better. Watching the rain. It makes the person sad for whatever reason. The person hopes for a brighter future as nobody understands him. He stands up and decides to keep hoping because nothing gets better unless someone cares. So he decides not to give up only because it was bad once. He decides to work on a plan to make things better and make everything way more appealing. The person looks forward to improving himself. На самом деле, я просто попрошу
Actually, I would just like everybody to hear.
Ничего нет лучше, когда у тебя есть поддержка. Ничего нет лучше, когда...
Nothing will get better unless somebody will care. Thank you, Antonina, very much for caring not only yourself, but for kids and people, and that you develop to the max everything that we call inclusiveness. We hope very much to see you next time in the offline Congress. Baku's waiting for you. Thank you very much for having joined us. Thank you, Tatiana, very much. I would also say just a couple of more words about our kids that spoke out here. They wished each other big and successful events in their lives. You saw how they supported each other, and it was not very easy for them to take the floor and to be open and brave as autistic people. There are many more autistic people that are surrounding you on a daily basis in your educational institutions, out in the streets, in malls. Some people you know about, some are actually keeping that in secret, and these people are around you. Try to support them in any way possible. Ask them what it is that they need indeed. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Thank you, Antonina. And we switch on to our next session, which is called Diagnosis Step Number 1.
Так, я включила звук обратно, потому что у нас нету видео, но есть я, которая перепутала, что видео должно было быть. Итак, диагноз первый шаг.
So, diagnosis, a first step. Diagnosis is probably one of the most difficult stages. Because we are trying to refuse or negate the problem. We try to avoid seeing it, but a diagnosis is the first step which is necessary to make the subsequent steps. And this year, for the first time in Azerbaijan, we have Tony Atwood. I already said that the complete guide to Aspergers, the book has already been translated and it is soon to be published. Tony Atwood is professor, clinical psychologist. He lives in Australia. His works on Asperger's syndrome has been translated into over 30 languages. He has published over 30 scientific publications. He is constantly participating in various international conferences. Oftentimes problems are solved as they occur. He wrote a book about, Tony Atwood wrote the book about the person which was actually diagnosed after 30 years of age in imprisonment. So I give the floor to him.
Hello to everyone in Azerbaijan.
Добрый день всем в Азербайджане. Мне немножко трудно произносить правильное название страны. Это уже 3-й конгресс для людей с особыми потребностями, с особыми нуждами. К сожалению, я не смог приехать из-за тех обязательств, которые у меня есть в Австралии. Однако я побуждаю всех, кто участвует, принять информацию и использовать ее для того, чтобы оптимизировать знания, услуги, оказываемые. Я буду говорить об расстройстве аутического спектра. 50 лет я исследую аутизм. Есть несколько вопросов, которые меня попросили ответить. И это касается важности постановки диагноза и как он влияет на изменение жизни. Диагноз очень важен, потому что это новое расстройство мыслительной способности. И если не будет формального диагноза, который приведет к моральному диагнозу, то есть в рамках которого будут обращать на это внимание, правильно воспринимать. Также постановка диагноза позволяет получать информацию. Вот где интернет и ресурсы обретают такую важность. Родители, в частности, могут узнавать информацию о навыках, о социальных навыках, о сенсорной чувствительности, обо всех измерениях аутизма. Там в интернете есть огромное количество знаний, которые доступны в интернете. И также есть множество специалистов в этой области. Поэтому очень важно выявить, поставить диагноз как можно раньше и также приступить к реализации программ вмешательства. Они повышают шансы достижения успеха. Это не точная наука в плане диагноза. Здесь скорее это выглядит как клиническое мнение. И это означает, что я надеюсь, что отношение других людей будет понимающим и поддерживающим таких людей. И они знают, что когда человек в младенческом возрасте начинает говорить первое предложение, то это настолько важно, все остальное не имеет значения. Этот человек начинает участвовать во взаимодействии с другими людьми. Поэтому важно налаживание взаимодействия с другими людьми. Также необходимо обращать внимание на практику, которая основывается на конкретных доказательствах. Существует на протяжении разные практики, некоторые из которых были разработаны на основе науки, они имеют научную подоплеку. Некоторые своей целью ставят получение денег, поэтому нужно быть очень осторожными в использовании практики на основе фактических доказательств. Да. Но также мы говорим об обучении в течение всей жизни. И также мы должны понимать этапы аутизма. Если ребенок получает диагноз до школьном возрасте, то симптомы могут быть очень интересными. То есть в ранней школе, в начальной школе ребенок может адаптироваться к процессу обучения и начать делать первые шаги. На основе моего более чем 50-летнего опыта, я могу сказать, что в начале, когда человек достигает возраста 20 с чем-то лет, он может добиться колоссального успеха. Он может выражать больший интерес по отношению к заботе о самом себе, то есть в заботе о самом себе, и он может приступить к долгосрочному процессу обучения. Иногда 2-3-летние аутисты, дети, вообще могут достичь таких успехов в 20 или 30 лет, что никто этого не ожидает. Их достижения могут быть гораздо более высокими, чем мы вообще могли себе представить, когда мы смотрели на них, на маленьких. Наконец, я понимаю, что моя книга по синдрому Аспергера переведена на русский язык. Это большой успех. Я долгое время ожидал перевод на русский язык. Я понимаю, что он был переведен с Сюзанной Берески и двумя людьми с синдромом Аспергера, и Антонина Стейнберг и Алексей Восков. Извините за то, что я могу неправильно назвать ваши имена, но я так рад, что моя работа переведена на русский язык. Если вы хотите узнать больше, пожалуйста, читайте новую книгу на русском языке. Спасибо.
Я прошу прощения, у меня был выключен звук.
Excuse me, I was muted. Once again, I'd like to say I'd like to summarize the points voiced out by Tony. Thank you very much. There are three important points. When you diagnose, be careful in terms of choosing the experts. It should be a well-educated specialist and expert with proven experience in the area. Secondly, help to the autism spectrum disorder is a lifelong process of support. This is not a short-term treatment process. And thirdly, it's very important, especially for children, for parents, that the achievements of children with autism spectrum disorder could surpass and exceed by far what it is that people, parents and even professionals thought about when viewing the autistic child in his younger age. Kids and then adults, oftentimes autistic kids and adults become stars in celebrities in their industries, and they attain to successes which were not conceived of by their parents or even experts around them. So never give up, go for it. In our panel, then the next, we'll have a few speakers that will speak next: Alexander Sorokin, Sergei Panzer, and then we will have a talk by Laura Zakan. Alexander Sorokin is the only certified expert in the area of ADOS implementation. He is the leading research associate, scientific consultant at Gunti Psychometrics, author of Russian adaptations of ADOS 2, ADIR, SCQ, and CASD. He'll probably spell out these acronyms himself. We will ask questions to our speakers after the end of this current session. Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Alexander right now. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Sorokin Alexander, and first and foremost, I'd like to thank the organizers for the Congress, which is this time taking place in a very unusual format. So I'd like to welcome you during my video presentation. I hope that we'll have an opportunity to communicate with you in an offline fashion, because the subject matter of this Congress, including my presentation, it implies cooperation between experts from different countries that would speak different languages and that would cooperate with parents and people with autism spectrum disorder. So I would like us to remember that the value of our activity would be enhanced if we knew what experts in other scientific areas are doing and what kind of what are the needs of our communities, our government bodies, parental communities, etc. And the subject of my presentation is dedicated to the root of autism spectrum diagnosis, methods of screening and diagnosis. In the past years, we have had a lot of changes take place, and first, while in the 1970s, we had one autistic child in 10,000 people. Right now, the latest figures published in 2018, following the large research, is 1 in 59 people. Prevalence is the term which is the term of the prevalence is different in every country, not because because different countries are using different techniques and methodologies to screen and diagnose ASD, and I'm going to talk today about the methods of screening and diagnosis used by the experts in different areas of scientific studies and on the international level. The international level is important because, first of all, different countries have their different diagnostic traditions, whereas science is only operating in the international format. And we need techniques and methods that would comparatively identify autism with a person, so we can use the data obtained by practitioners and scientists in one country, as well as all the data accumulated by scientists in other countries. On the one hand, we're very optimistic because we get to know more and more about autism and find different methods to correct and downplay the symptoms of autism. While on the other hand, we understand that the instruments we possess are very limited, and we want that toolbox of instruments to become more successful. And it is, as it is currently developed by the experts in different countries, and they're using a certain diagnostic toolbox of instruments to make it more to come up with a comparative system of screening and diagnosis. Leo Kanner, I'd like to say a few words about some key individuals. First of all, Leo Kanner, he was the person that actually authored the term autism, and the second person is Dan Kasser. He actually coined the schizoid personality in childhood, and these are the individuals that are not suffering as much. Their intellectual activity is not much lower, but they have similar symptoms. And also this person, Miss Sukhareva, she's the Russian and Soviet psychiatrist that actually coined this condition, actually described this and defined this condition back in the 1920s. But she didn't actually call it autism. But she was the first one to describe and define the disorder. And I hope that well, we still are using the term autism, which was defined, which was actually produced much later. And these three personalities are very important because they would combine the symptoms into triads. For example, Sukhareva defined disorders within three in the context of three groups. Kanner actually sometimes described social actually define social isolation and insufficient emotional contact, and sometimes he was using a dichotomous system, sometimes trichotomous, sometimes dichotomous system. I'm saying this because we have the international classification of diseases of the 10th edition and the 11th edition that define these disturbances as social interaction disorders and disorders in the area of stereotypical repetitive forms of behavior. But right now we have the trend towards combining them into two elements into one category, and segregation of the third category as one separate category. The clinical diagnosis is produced in a slightly subjective way based upon the diagnostic criteria that we're using at a certain point of time. Diagnostic classifications are differing. So the diagnosis produced by the therapist, psychiatrists, in most countries of the world, psychiatrists are responsible for the clinical diagnosis. It can differ and change as the time goes by. And this is problem number two, from which we have from the standpoint of autism studies. On the one hand, we don't have the comparative data, research data. On the other hand, we don't have the common diagnostic criteria. And that was one of the preconditions for Lorna Wing back in the 1970s to propose to combine the early childhood disorders and the Asperger's syndrome into one spectrum. She actually proposed the term continuum, the autism continuum, but the word continuum was not used since then, and now we're using the autism spectrum disorder. So since then, the cases of autism have increased. The screening of autism-related cases has increased. I don't know. I'm not talking about the reasons for that right now. Secondly, we have the international context. We have the need to compare between different diagnostic approaches for experts and practitioners to be able to work in this area. And we have had the spectrum broaden. We have several disturbances combined into one spectrum. Generally speaking, a child which has a lower speaking ability is falling into the same category with other kids and people that are freely speaking and are successfully gaining their education. So the researchers, as a result, have asked this question: what exactly do we mean by the autism spectrum disorder? And the toolbox of instruments and or techniques has been developed that helps to screen and diagnose different symptoms. When we deal with autism, we ask ourselves a question as to whether the child or adult is belonging to the risk group of autism spectrum. We know that the sooner we screen the autism spectrum, the more chances there are that the person will learn how to study and work, and the autistic symptoms will not inhibit that person from becoming a successful person in life. And MCHAT is one of the successful techniques of screening and diagnosing autism spectrum. This system is for the children in toddlerhood, for people in their toddlerhood. If well, there's a specific methodology. You have to point out with your finger to a certain object, and if the child is actually paying attention to that, you can based upon the response of the child, you can identify whether or not you can identify the case of autism spectrum with the child, and the difference between the low, medium level, and high risk of autism spectrum is it is not a diagnosis yet, because it brings us to the method of screening. The method of screening is comprising some alarm signals. If the child does not pay attention as you point out to an object, this is a certain that's an alarm sign, or that there's a symptom, but that doesn't mean yet that the child has the autism spectrum disorder. That only means that the child is falling into the category of the risk group. All the instruments that I'm going to talk about today are valuable because they have a statistical framework. They have been filtered out. They only contain questions that have a very high diagnostic value. On the one hand, this is good. On the other hand, this is a certain restriction for us, because we can only use this methodology as it was actually developed by the author. We can only use this method with children that are no older than 30 months old. And there are no specific methods to be applied to children older than 30 months old. There are methods SCQ and CASD. These are the questionnaires that are not restricted to toddlerhood. They have long since been used in the Russian language, and a few years ago we considered the value of common points in comparison to as compared to other methodologies. Depending on the objectives that we have, the methods of screening are not diagnostic strictly speaking. The questionnaires filled out by parents and other adults around the child, or filled out by the autistic children themselves, are only about identifying the risk group. They are only indicative of the behavioral patterns. They're only identifying to what extent the behavioral patterns are similar to those of other kids. All the other experts, including the experts that I mentioned before, can take advantage of more extensive diagnostic techniques. And I'd like to dive into some details about them. The first method is ADR, diagnostic method. It is used to collect information about the behavioral patterns of the child. It is not limited to 20 or 30 questions, yes or no questions. It comprises about 100 questions, of which every one is a chance for the expert to identify potential disorders. If we're talking about the speech patterns, then we will ask the parents extensively about the speech patterns of the child, as to whether or not the child is using words. How many words are they using? Can they fulfill an abnormal or a different request? We accumulate a huge data set about the behavioral patterns and development features of the child, and then we digitalize that data set to identify whether the development and behavior features of the child are in line with the autism spectrum disorder or not. And ADR methods are of great value when combined with other methods of the golden standard. Specifically, in particular, we're talking about the ADOS-2 method, which is the autism spectrum screening plan. While during ATR, we are talking on top of some assignments that we're using, we also have a set of materials, and if we have toddlers, we start playing with the kid no younger than 12 months old, and we will create different situations to screen the behavior of the child and identify to what extent the child's behavior is similar to that of other children of the same age. If we have an older child or even an adult, we will converse with that child or an adult. We will stage certain skits, for example, and create a very comfortable environment for fellowship, and that fellowship will last for about 40 to 50 minutes, and we will collect a huge set of data which will not as much include the development features and it will rather reflect what it is that we have visualized during the 40 to 50 minutes time of our fellowship, and then we digitalize that data set and use the algorithm to identify whether or not the toddler, child, teenager, or adult is falling into the category of autism spectrum or not. Besides that, we are using a 10 scale system, 10 grade system to identify the strength of autism, autistic symptoms as compared to the ability to speak of other children. These two methods, should ADR and ADOS2 be combined, they allow us to get data about the behavioral patterns and features combined with what we could see during the 40 to 50 minutes of our visualized conversation with the responder. And when digitalized, the data set based upon the statistical algorithm can give us the comparative data to judge about whether or not the child or an adult is falling into the category of autism spectrum and to what extent they do. A psychiatrist or a licensed clinical psychologist can actually conduct this research and by using the methods of screening and diagnosis. Otherwise, psychologists, teachers, instructors, social workers are using them, as well as researchers like myself are using them. To us, the major question is whether or not this is the autism. The cases falling into the category of autism. It's important for us to have the well-grounded opinion as to whether or not the child, teenager, or adult is falling into the category of autism spectrum. Everything we learn following the application of methods of screening and the information that we acquire following the application of diagnostic methods can for clinical purposes, they are used to clarify the clinical diagnosis and accumulation of detailed, extensive information to be used in planning of psychological measures, and their value has to do with the fact that they are not using some other instruments and techniques. What are the problems with regards to these two methods of screening? These two methods have to be conducted and applied in the native language of the child, teenager, or an adult. And of course, when we talk about considering countries, bilingual or trilingual countries, the commercial use of translation or interpretation can be somewhat obstructed. So the Russian-speaking countries, where a part of population at least is using Russian language in education and rendering services, social services, etc., they can use these methods in the Russian language as a compromise. The second problem has to do with the fact that this statistical statistical follow-up is based upon some specific statistical data. On the one hand, we'd like to know whether this is used in other countries in a different language. On the other hand, we would like to know whether the would like the researchers in the United States, Russia, and we'd like to know whether the researchers, the US researchers, the European researchers are using these methods in the same way as the Russian researchers do. The next edition, in the next edition of Autism and Autistic Development magazine, you can read articles about the data acquired based upon the research of their sensitivity, positive validity, two types of tests which are using the same method to consider whether the data acquired is going to be identical. Unfortunately, for some different reasons, we will not be able to carry on to the Q&A session at the moment, but I was given two questions before I began to prepare for this presentation. The first question had to do with the possibility of using differential diagnostic techniques, and the answer is yes, they are possible. They can be used in a differentiated way. These such methods as ADR are very useful to suppose some syndrome type of autistic form. The second question I was asked to answer had to do with to what extent is hyperdiagnosis is used in different countries of the world. The problem throughout majority of world's countries is has nothing to do with hyperdiagnosis. I think that today we have all the necessary data to focus in on doing a good job to screen and provide a quality diagnosis in order to provide help to for everyone needing help. If you have any other questions to discuss, we can join the next Zoom conference, online conference, which will take place next Wednesday. You can use this link to register for the Zoom online conference, and there I'll be able to hear your questions and answer them. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish everyone good health, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this Congress, and I will have a great pleasure listening to other reports. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexander, very much. The 2 points, concluding points, were very important to screen and diagnose. As I summarize them, Alexander will have a separate session of questions and answers on Wednesday, or you can actually embark on the site and take counsel with Alexander on issues of interest for you. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sergei Panzer. He is the candidate of sciences in psychology, head of the consultative and diagnostic service of the Federal Resource Center for the Organization of Comprehensive Support for Children with Autism Spectrum Disorders, including intellectual reserved intellect, rather, from Moscow State University of Psychology and Education. The topic of the speech is organization, complex psychological and pedagogical diagnostics of children with ASD and other developmental disorders. Thank you very much. I would ask, I would like to give the floor to Sergei Panzer. Good afternoon, dear friends and colleagues. My name is Sergei Panzer. I head the consultative and diagnostic service of the Federal Resource Center for the Organization of Comprehensive Support for Children with Autism Spectrum Disorders. Today we're going to talk about the children with autism spectrum disorders and some other disorders. I will talk about the children with ASD, of course, but and the diagnostic methods used to which are applied in them, as well as applied to other children with other disorders. And we will start as follows: the different stages of diagnostics. At the moment, we can subdivide child diagnostics into 3 stages. Stage number 1 is the screening. This includes certain questionnaires to get information about the child, to screen the possible risk of a disorder, to bring the child into a certain category of disorders. And here on the slide, you can see the diagnostic methodologies or techniques which are applicable to children with ASD. This is MCHAT, this is CASR, and ACQ is gradually becoming very popular. And there is a series of screening methodologies also, which are, but out of them, MCHAT and CASR are commonly accessible. They can always be found in the internet, and they're easily used and applied and very understandable. I will show the MCHAT example to you, but an important point is that the screening diagnostics is based upon the parents' questionnaires, but the diagnosis itself is based upon the dynamic observation. That is, a child is observed by a third by the medical doctor for a long time. So the second step is differential diagnostics. When I say us, I mean the team of experts represented by including different representatives of different ministries and agencies. And the second step is conducted by the psychiatrists. Should we talk about children with hearing disorders? Of course, some other physicians will screen the development features of the child. And in this context, when dealing with cases of ASD, we recommend such we recommend these cases to the to psychiatrists that are observing these cases to produce a diagnosis. There is one screening methodology
для выявления выраженности развития. Почему говорят золотой стандарт?
ADL 2, which is a golden standard. It's been adopted as a golden standard because it's clearly identifying the ASD-related case, both for parents and physicians. When talking about the diagnosis in Russia, we usually are using the MKB10, whereas over in the United States they're using SMB5. Step 2 is followed by step 3, which is the development diagnosis. Under step 3, psychologists and psychiatrists consider this stage as the key stage. They start by implementing de-screening. This is the screening aimed at identifying whether the child is falling into the category, into the risk category, into the category of risky development, and of course the screening plan includes a series of questions pertaining to a certain group of disorders. And should we talk about the autism spectrum disorder, many people probably know that autism is characterized by a triad of disturbances, the triad of development, which are seen both in communication and behavior. And the child, the autistic child, usually has some disorders in terms of understanding, speech. They have certain disorders, impairments in the area of establishing social contact and or using different ways of communication. Sometimes they don't have the they're lacking certain skills. And point number 3 has to do with sensorial development disorder requiring some other stimulation, outer stimulation. So this third stage of diagnosis is actually implying a series of questions that aim to identify one of the 3 areas of this triad. And judging the results, the responses or answers to these questions, the experts can identify whether the child is falling into a specific category. We're talking about using the red flags or the alarm signs or signals. These are the red flags of autism. Signaling the ASD case. As I said before, this screening diagnosis is frequently used by us at the early stage of child's development, ages 2 through 4 years. And the period can last till graduation from high school. In the elementary school, majority of such children are already identified as falling into the category of ASD, and sometimes there might be children that are older, but they have not been diagnosed as children with autism spectrum disorder, and we have specific questionnaires for them specifically. But for the most part, we're using some modified screening tests of MCHAT for children ages 2 through 4. Right now we have the MCHAT. Nowadays we have the MCHAT RF. It comprises 10 questions for parents, and parents are answering those questions to make sure to identify whether the child is falling into the risk group or not. Sometimes we're using CARS as well, although it says here that it is applied for children until 4 years of age. Sometimes we use them for in case with children until the age of 6 or 7 years of age. And let's consider what MCHAT is all about. It's a small excerpt consisting of 20 questions that are asked to parents. Question number 1. If you point out to some object in the other corner of the room, does your child pay attention to that? If the parent says yes, then the positive response implies that there is no risk. If they say no, it means that this actually adds one additional point. It makes the next question is actually answered. The answer to the next question is actually judged on the contrary. The positive answer actually negates the risk factor, and the negative answer is actually implying the risk factor. We carry on to the therapeutic diagnosis. I'm not going to pause on this particular point. Why do they say that it is a disorder of autism spectrum? Because it includes a spectrum of disorders in terms of development. And autism, of course, is a general term. It's a generic term, rather, including an entire spectrum of development disorders. In this particular place, it's very important to dynamically observe. The doctor should dynamically observe the child, and here we carry on to the diagnosis of development. It includes psychological, neuropsychological, and logopedical diagnosis. The psychological, pedagogical, and logopedical diagnosis are the 3 stages. The first one is usually targeting communication skills, social interaction, and motor skills, but not in terms of the ability to. We're not talking about some athletic achievements, but we're talking about the ability to move, jump, romp, etc. The second stage has to do with the ability to perceive and recognize, and area number 3 has to do with recognizing speech and the skill to articulate words. So let's pause on the next slide by the diagnostic scales that are applied to children under the age of 3. In Russia, right now, we have the early assistance service for children from 0 to 3 years of age. If children are doubting the normal development of their child, they can undergo this diagnosis program. And there is an organization, it's called the Institute of Early Interception, the Institute of Early KID-R and RCDI 2000 are the two scales that are actually evaluating. They compare the age by months and days, whereas KID is doing the same thing based upon the number of years. The major algorithm of these questionnaires is the same. It's very important that these methodologies are standard ones. They are used in a standard way to identify the level of child development in comparison with their age group, based upon certain standards that have been validated in a large number of children. If you consider the results of our CDA, for example, we have the boy of 20 months old. He's 20 months old. He's like 1 year and 8 months old. And we can see the results of the questionnaire filled out by parents. And we can see the diagram here, where this upper line is actually indicating the level of development. And there are different categories, like we see the area of development, we see the motility of the child, we see the speech and understanding of speech, and we see the level of development. Is it lagging behind? Is it slightly lagging behind? Or is it commensurating with the adequate level of development? But the problem is seen, but this is actually provides a very clear picture of whether or not there's a problem, and should the parents actually start doing something about it. And the next stage of this activity, and the parents can understand what the next step of the program will be all about. There are other methodologies that can be used, can be applied to children in early age as well as preschoolers. This methodology is always a standard one. It's authored by Eric Chopper to screen children with ASD. It's a very good methodology, allowing to find out the entire profile of psychological development of the child. Let me provide you with one example so you can see the one of the results of this activity. Here we can also see different didactic materials, because this screening is not based upon questionnaires, but it is conducted by using a certain number of materials. Here we can see the level of certain skills as well as verbal and non-verbal intellect level. We can see the motility, the speaking skills, social interactions, self-service, etc. On the other hand, we can see the to which age group is this level of development which level of development is this age group in line with, and these indicators can be clearly seen based upon and we can see the entire picture of child development, the entire profile of child development, to understand what kind of development areas are deficient or have some developmental gaps, and what kind of areas, what kind of activities should be used to fill out those gaps. There are two more methodologies. Number one has to do with the evaluation program pertaining to the children with ASD, and the second methodology has to do with basic speech and learning skills screening methodology. These two methodologies are used by experts of applied behavioral analysis. Applied behavioral analysis, ABA. These two methodologies or techniques are used by the child himself or herself. They have to pass certain assignments, they have fulfilled certain assignments, and then to show the level of skills, what kind of skills have developed or perhaps deficient with that child, and then the experts are identifying the particular skills that the experts will have to strengthen within the child. Now you can see the outcome of the child's screening, and every column is a certain skill. For example, an ability to express requests. Number two, an ability to communicate something. Column number three is a group of skills having to do with perceiving speech, and those we see certain sections that are filled out with yellow color, and that means that that the child has fulfilled the assignment completely. Those sections that have not been filled out completely actually indicate certain deficiencies in terms of the child's skills, and we consider the assignments that the child has successfully fulfilled, and and based upon this methodology of ABA, the experts are elaborating a very extensive program of interaction with the child, including all the assignments, all the tasks, exercises, etc., to help the child acquire the deficient skills. As a result of this activity, the experts are producing the report describing the entire process of interaction with the child. If you want to gain more information, you can read about the information about these methodologies out in the internet.
Например, EBOS включает в себя такие...
But they include such areas as perception of speech, visual perception, naming, commenting, social interaction, playing skills, grammar, syntax, rules of games, everything that has to do with self-service, and some other subcategories of motility are included there. There's about 30 subcategories of skills, including 20 to 50 assignments to assess the level of child development. It is not a standard methodology, but it provides a very extensive picture of the child level of development and applied to toddlers or children of older age. So this is a very good instrument for experts to use as a follow-up methodology. Also, this scale is used to assess the adaptive skills of children, identifying the level of motility, socialization, social interaction, speech skills, and here we can see some of the resulting examples of these of outcomes. We see a 3-year-old child. We have a 4-year-old child whose development level of skill development is commensurating or in line with different ages, like 3 years, 1 year, etc. Some of the areas of child's development are deficient, and they're lagging behind their actual age. This scale is used based upon interviewing their parents for 1.52 hours, and that provides rapidly provides a very clear picture to clearly understand the deficient areas of development that should actually be supported with specific development programs implementation. And of course, the intellect. Wester's test is an important test to identify the level of intellectual development, but children with deficient communication skills cannot use this test to identify the quantitative indicators, because, well, this test can be applied to figure out the non-verbal area of development in some cases, but not always. And at the moment, we'll also have the series of Kaufman's tests and the methodology of Litter. They screen the non-verbal level of intellectual development and communication skills. The child can actually visualize certain pictures to fulfill or fail to fulfill certain assignments. So these are the methodologies available. If this series of methodologies will help any entity organization to identify and strengthen the level of child development. And of course, we have to remember the neuropsychological method of diagnosis, evaluating, assessing the higher psychological functions like attention, perception, capable of providing information about the cognitive level of child development. Some of these methodologies can be inapplicable in case with some children which have a low level of communication skills. Usually we have 3 Webby map can help children to develop very beautifully deficient skills. And to conclude, I'd like, when we encounter some undesired behavior, we use the method of applied analysis, ABA. It allows us to conduct a structured observation program to come up eventually with the follow-up program to strengthen the deficient areas. There are scores of programs available. It's very good, but the experts should understand. They are needed for experts to understand the purpose, the objective of your correction. The 6 criteria included. It should be in line with the level of child development. It should be functional. It should facilitate the development of vitally important skills. It should, the objective should be important for the day-to-day life of the child. It should be specific, measurable, and achievable. In this connection, I'd like to say that our objective is that it should change the quality of the child's life. And based upon the screening and diagnosis, we actually are coming up with the educational program and the model of teaching, what kind of areas and which experts will be involved, what kind of learning material and technical means will be applied. These points should result from the screening and diagnosis data. In concluding my presentation, I'd like to say that the interaction of family and diagnosis should always be based upon the comprehensive diagnosis, setting of objectives, and then our intervention is mapped out. Dear colleagues, I hope that this information was useful for you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Спасибо большое, Сергей. Еще раз хочу просто подытожить.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Once again, I'd like to summarize these important points, such important points as the need to select proper instruments for your intervention. As Sergey,
Цели должны быть функциональные, то есть они должны менять качество жизни ребенка, и это самое важное. Еще раз спасибо.
The objectives should be functional and they should change the quality of the kid's life. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Laura Zakon. She's the head and founder of the Daron Israel International Correctional Center from Israel. She's a speaker of international conferences. She is a member of the Observation Council of Interpeer School. She's the head and founder of International Daron Israel International Correctional Center. Thank you very much, Laura, for having joined us. It's a pleasure to see you It's a pity that we cannot work offline, but this online format helps us to cross borders in some way. As far as I know, you come to Baku frequently. You frequently get to come to Baku, except for the pandemic period of time. As far as I know, Israel is leading the global community in fighting the COVID-19. I'm so happy to know that, because we have a good example, and we also want to leave this. We want to go back to the previous speed of life, and if not so, then at least. So we today are going to fellowship with you in a live fashion. I'm so happy that we will discuss the subject of ADHD, which is a very familiar subject matter for me personally. When I tell the parents that this can be screened and identified at any age, especially in adults. And also I say that one can discover this in their own life, and that gets people amazed, of course, when they hear that. I have already introduced you.
В Азербайджане вас тоже очень хорошо знает. Но я хочу все-таки пойти...
And our Azerbaijani public knows you very well.
Пройдем по неким базам, чтобы напомнить, если вы не возражаете. А потом уже пойдем дальше. Что такое СДВГ? И,
if you don't mind, I'd like to remind what is ADHD. And some time ago, I had a conversation whereby the person said, "What does ADHD mean?" Actually, thank you very much for having joined us.
Спасибо огромное за эту трибуну, уважаемую. Спасибо вам все, что вы сумели в такое тяжелое время нас собрать. И возвращаясь...
Tatiana, thank you very much for this, for the floor. The ADHD has nothing to do with the attention from parents and or teachers. This is the inherent neurological feature. Oftentimes it's hardly observable, and it becomes observable or visible in the context of hyperactivity, or if the child is very compulsive or bursting into anger or wrath. Otherwise, a lot of adults realize how difficult it is to focus in their attention, how difficult it is to control their own concentration and their attention, how difficult it is to not to be distracted by a bird flying by. So should we speak about why these people need protection, that they need a special educational system, and just a kind attitude towards them by on the part of some government bodies. These people have very limited intellectual ability. They have a very high intellect. On the contrary, they have a very well developed intellect. These people are they have beautiful intellects, and their inability, they're deficient, they're low grades in primary, secondary, high school, and in universities.
Высших эшелонов, те, которые меняют законы,
is due to the surrounding environment. In Israel, we have an entire system of privileges with dyslexia and ADHD, and the system of compromises is something very little as compared to what it is that the person can actually provide the system of education with. We're talking about an extra classroom, an extra observer during the exam, but this requires, but to do this, we need to step out of the box, the habitual box. We have a certain template which is used for a long time, like the physical parameters that we have conceived of, and we believe that these are the right kind of parameters, the kind of weight, the kind of height, etc., that the person should possess in order to be considered an adequate person. And should you step out of this box, that of course makes people feel uncomfortable. But is it true that there are more and more people with ADHD? And I will now ask you about ADHD in adults, what it is all about. But the educational system is absolutely not ready, even for the modern day children that are absolutely different. They perceive digital information and their mind is functioning in a totally different way, let alone children with ADHD. When you perceive information in a different way from that of ordinary people, then of course you are outside, you're considered inadequate. These people say that it's not because these people themselves say that it's not as much that they don't that they cannot dive into Excel, for example, and data sets, but they say that their mind is structured in a different way. So I would say that my country is a vivid example of a system that is very flexible. We have a handful of such people in a country, and the parents should be very unloving towards their children for the system to disregard them.
Как раз с началом обучения. То есть, как ну, то есть, если он играет и одну игрушку
when the child is just dropping one toy and picking up the other toy, that's all right. They explain it. That they say that the child hasn't found his or her own toy yet. But while sitting in a classroom, the kids cannot control themselves. They want to play all the time. The school system
еще и общеобразовательный самого педагога. То есть, а если педагог об этом не знает, а педагог не знает, что есть такой диагноз.
That actually implies, that actually burdens up the school system itself. What about instructors and teachers themselves? What if the teachers don't know about how to think about this phenomenon? Recently, I discovered it with myself. Not until recently
Мне, что...
until recently, I discovered the overall dynamics in the area of autism spectrum disorder statistics, that it has actually surged up very much. So
Книга, вот воображай себе, что хочешь. Читай текст и воображай.
In time past, people would use their imagination. They would read books and use their use their imagination. Whereas right now, the children and youngsters have a totally different mindset, way of thinking, and they are deficient in terms of their imagination. And in the past 1.5 years during the pandemic, the ability to imagine things has shrunk down even more with people, and the imagination is more important than knowledge. Einstein said that. This is not me saying it. And but what do we do? On the contrary, are we using the imagination of these children? Thank God for you, Tatiana, that you're an exclusive example. You're very unlike everybody else. What about others? Those that haven't reached this level of understanding. Oftentimes teachers and instructors are labeled. Others say that they should control children. The system can be humane, so to say, only on the level of secondary education. If a child is actually turning the pen or pencil on their desk, or actually swinging their feet underneath their chair, and that doesn't distract other children, then it's all right.
Груздем, назвался педагогом. Во-первых, изучай как можно больше. Я всегда говорю на своих, так сказать, форумах, какой бы это ни был, люди не догадываются, жалко, на русском языке очень мало, к сожалению, статей, информации, очень мало, по-прежнему очень мало, но на английском в год выходит около 250 тысяч статей только о синдроме дефицита внимания с гиперактивностью и без. 250 тысяч. Я хочу видеть, я честно говорю всегда, я успеваю несколько десятков за год изучить.
I can study several dozens of cases throughout 1 year's time to come up with my own examples, my own series of cases, and we lose, but others don't do that, and we lose a lot of children. This year we're not only talking about children, but also we're talking about the adults, and this subject, of course, is very vital. It's crucial because it's never late to diagnose an adult person. Even before the pandemic, I had a lot of acquaintances, adult acquaintances throughout the world. These are beautiful people, and it is never late. What kind of red flags do you? What kind of alert signs should the person know about to actually to understand that I need to be screened?
Никогда не поздно. Никогда не поздно. В этом смысле метод, который...
In order to receive better results. This is never late, of course. this is never late. Our disciplinary, this method is 40 years old. And it is indicative of the fact that it was actually, well, the center has been working with clients under the age of 60, and
личные отношения, даже в браке, с детьми, вот тогда нужно себя спросить, слишком много...
if there are...
Качество жизни, если нарушается качество жизни.
Качество жизни. Если это сильно мешает...
If this is inhibiting your career growth, if this is inhibiting your practice of socializing, the inhibition is the major symptom. Something that is inhibiting you in your day-to-day life. It doesn't matter which profession. I want to learn a new foreign language. I have actually used a lot of foreign languages. And you are only using, but this inhibition factor, something that is hampering you in your interpersonal relationships. If you are bursting up because of some minute details, or let's say because of their high level of intellect, people have a hard time finding friends or establishing a normal rapport with their colleagues. And there is incompatibility resulting from that. If there is a huge gap between people, and that, of course, is hampering the upbringing process of children. It is hampering the career development, both, and it is hampering the relationships, domestic relationships. And when it actually is inhibiting the quality of your life, then you have to, you cannot say that the world is going to adjust to you.
Мир вот точно, может быть, не построится, но тем не менее есть еще один момент, который я хотела бы тоже с вами обсудить. В процессе разговора, знаете как, СДВГшка видит СДВГшку далеко. И как правило...
There is another point which I'd like to discuss with you. Of course, there are, well, ADHD. I'm just sitting asking, is this ADHD? Is this ADHD? And the response coming is asking me, how do you know about it? Some very successful people at a certain stage of their life, they're trying to hide this fact away. And there's a friend of mine. I told him that if the entire world is not ready because there's no routine practice, there's no established routine, because people always have to spontaneously deal with fires, with catastrophes, disasters. People with ADHD are jumping into the picture to help. I would like you to perhaps mention, tell us a little bit about people from your own practice that are very successful. Do you have any examples of people or children that would become heroes immediately after they were accepted by their parents and adults? I know a lot of such people, because there's no other way. some of these people actually wrote emails to me or texted me. Some of them are like yourself. I mean, in terms of our relationship with you. There was a person, well, I see different people like that. A great number of such people. The medical community, the medical doctors community includes a lot of such people. I would like our parents to hear you, because oftentimes they shut their children down and say that, well, there's nothing to be done about it. I know about surgeons. I mean, medical doctors that are doing surgeries all the time, and you can understand what is adrenaline. How important is adrenaline for surgeons. And the person, there's a medical doctor, a surgeon that, of course, have had a difficult time in the university and moving along in his career growth. But this person is extremely talented because they save people's life, and there's no greater happiness than that. There are lots of people, there are lots of surgeons with ADHD as they benefit the high level of adrenaline. There are lots of artists with great imagination, architects with great imagination, and also some creative teachers, by the way, that never stop. These teachers are capable of acting out a pantomime skit for children to have a better understanding of what it is that they're trying to get across to them. They are providing the best possible descriptions and explanations. They remember how difficult it was for them, and they always hit the point. They start describing or exclaiming everything by just addressing the point right away. Such a person can act as the generator of ideas, and as such they will be incredible. Let somebody else draw tables and and deal with statistics. I know some of the best journalists and reporters are people with ADHD, and altogether I believe that because of my experience and because I'm in this, I believe that there are no restrictions, no limitations for ADHD. Just help them gain their education and find a place where they would be most productive, and they will outstrip everybody else. To what extent is the society ready to see different people? Because this is not only about ADHD. Richard Branson, for example, he has an assistant that is reading emails to him. He's not just a billionaire. He is a great mind. He has analyzed his strong and weak areas to understand how to improve his life, and also what it is that how can you contribute to this life. I had a great school. I was awarded with a medal because I discovered that I could be a good girl back in the school years.
Но при условии, опять-таки, при условии правильной диагностики, при условии правильных инструментов, вот взять вот этот вот глубинный талант, потому что, как вы правильно сказали, они бывают совершенно потрясающими, очень сильно тоже отличающимися от всех остальных людей.
Вопрос идет только о том, что, во-первых, диагностика – это прежде всего. Да. Это просто первое звено. То есть те, кто начинают, я пойду к неврологу, я пойду к психиатру, это клеймо, как же это можно, и так вся родня со мной не согласна. Вот это беда, вот это сразу беда. Почему? Потому что, а что вы думаете, что вы не пойдете и вы скроете, и никто не заметит? И его не заклеймят в классе, потому что он не умеет слушать своих одноклассников, потому что они слишком длинно для него говорят.
Because they construct too long sentences for him, and his interests are not coinciding. And the system doesn't make him an outsider. What if a child is extremely hyperactive, when this is hampering the surrounding people, and this is also hampering themselves? What if it hinders themselves? What should be done? In this particular case, we have the modern day medication, which beautiful medication. So we cannot. I'm using methods of correction. I'm into the correction therapy. But when I see adults or children visit me, and I have instruments for any age, and I see that, for example, I cannot give the child Nirafamin. I cannot give them the chemical reactions in their body because I cannot give them the process that will properly distribute Nirafamin and we have no power over it. When talking about chemistry, we're talking about the chemical processes. We have no power over the medical processes. These are chemical reactions that should actually take place in a normal way. This is the magic. There's no magic button. There's no magic pill that would not result in. There's a series of medication. There are medications that are very useful and recommended for those children. I actually am in favor of refusing medication, and it's very important for me to provide an instrument of development of day-to-day development, so the person would actually promote their own self-development, so nothing would hamper their mental activity. There are certain things that are not subject to mental processes, including chemistry. I cannot do anything to stop the pupil from yelling out answers when they're not asked. I cannot stop them from acting as overly socializing person. I can only teach them to control this, but that also implies a process. But you can also tell the child's parents that they have a great parent, and they have nothing to be embarrassed about. When talking about a very little child with ADHD, then of course parents can do nothing to help such a child learn. And in this particular case, the parents of course need the help of experts. Otherwise, the parents will not understand how to teach most everything to the child. Because once the child is lagging behind the normal things, they start lagging behind their mental development. If the person, if the child has been into ADHD for 1, 2, 3 years in school, and of course the child was had a hard time learning things in school, and the parents did not address the problem to the experts, Laura, I would spend an entire day with. I would continue my conversation with you for the entire day. But we have the Q&A session, which is going to start right now. And secondly, everybody knows you personally, and people can write to you in chat. And there are several comments that say Laura is the friend of our Congress. She's a very valuable friend. I'm very happy to hear that we have the Q&A session, and there are a couple of questions, and I would ask other speakers to join me and administrators also to join me. So far, I don't see any questions. If the child has no interest to
Почему у него нету интереса? Срочно
the question is, why does the child not have any interest? You should discover, identify why is it that the child doesn't want to do anything. It's not about the interest. As soon as you find out why doesn't child want to pay attention, what is hampering them, what is hampering the child to get interested in the learning process. Perhaps they sit there without hearing anything because they are disoriented. You have to diagnose the child as soon as possible. Thank you very much, Sergey. Thank you for joining us live. Thank you for this table of instruments, and that we need to select the appropriate objectives for correction. The objective, the purpose should actually change the quality of life. Oftentimes we see that parents are determining the child's quality of life based upon their own or against their own quality of life. Where are these red flags or alarm signals? Since we have a lot of things still inherited from the former Soviet system, and under the Soviet system, the quality of child's life was not the priority. Thank you for your question. Actually, I will agree that the quality of life is perceived in a very subjective way by every person. And in real practice, I agree that, of course, children are preparing, parents are preparing children for school. They want them to become successful in school, and they forget about their relations with family members and surrounding people. And when they become teenagers, they become completely dependent on their family and have no social ties, reliable social ties. We're talking about the quality of life. We first of all imply the comfortable state of the child to ensure that whereby the child can actually provide himself or herself with necessary comfortable conditions. So if they want to eat, they can go and just make sure they can eat. If they want to see a cartoon, the child is should be able to tell his parents that he wants to see a cartoon. And if his mother, her mother, says that the child cannot watch the cartoon right now, for the child to understand that right away. So the quality of life has to do with the orientation of the child in time and space in the context of their own actions. So to put it in simple terms, it sounds like this, but since the subject of my report presentation had to do with diagnosis, I would recommend to conduct diagnosis to come up with statistical data instead of having to recollect everything and remember everything and extract any data from your brain. If we conduct diagnosis, we will immediately understand where the child is at the moment and what is going to be the next step in their process of development. I can mention an example. The parents said that perhaps the games that their child is playing are not very much interesting for the child. Perhaps we need to teach the child something else for the child to be interested in those some other games. And the child was 2.5 years of age. That's the stage of development when the child is actually playing games, playing functional games used by the child to understand what is expected from them and play those games with great pleasure. When you explain what I just said to the parents, then the parents start understanding what it means to for them to actually be more profoundly involved in interacting with their child. And the same is true about other areas of development, like self-service, etc. Of course, there is a high level of oftentimes parents are asking, what should we do? Should we actually play games with our child instead of taking him to the school? Well, of course, you have to play games with the child, but schooling and playing games are two parallel processes. Of course, in school, we will not be playing games with them, but we can teach certain skills, convey certain skills to the child by playing games. We can actually work out or elaborate an individual program. Over in Russia, we have the system of adaptive educational programs applied, whereby once a certain level of personal development is discovered with a child, an individual program can be actually tailored for that child's learning. And
регионов в
And
России.
actually gaining momentum, has been gaining momentum for the past couple of years, covering more and more regions of the country. But once again, this elaboration, the program is elaborated based upon the diagnostic outcomes. And coming back to your question about the quality of life, improving the quality of life, this is the classical area. This is the mainstream activity underlying the entire everything that we're talking about. I think it's very important because we need to prioritize the interests of the child. We're not talking about the ambitions of the parents. Thank you very much for having been with us. We would like to I'd like to say to all the to the audience that we are in the social networks. We're on Facebook, and you can continue asking questions directly. I have my last question I'd like to ask to Laura. If I don't ask it, I will be exterminated by our audience. To what extent do you believe? I think the question is both to Sergey and Laura. But Laura will start answering. To what extent do you think it's important for experts to directly interact with teachers in schools? I think that we need a triangle: family, experts, and instructors, school teachers. This is the most progressive way of work. We don't have well, in under our system, we don't have only one expert working with child. After your Congress, I will actually get in touch with Mr. Hans, to ask him whether I should be a superwoman or he should be a superman, or perhaps he also has colleagues that he is cooperating with. I believe that you are a superwoman and he's a superman. I think that all the superwomen and supermen should join their efforts. And our objective to join efforts with other superwomen and supermen. When our we are we actually are holding these congresses to get to know other experts and specialists in this area, because nobody can know everybody. But when there is a congress helping us to get acquainted with each other, then we can establish this triangle that we talk about. We should have a number of experts, and they can join their efforts, unite their to actually solve problems corporately together within this triangle. Sometimes parents are saying that another specialist or expert can actually hamper the development of a child, and we can start working with that other expert sometime later. And my question is, why is that? Why is it that all the experts cannot work all together with the child? I have a partner, co-organizer, Susanna Gress. Laura knows her very well, and we are interacting with her everywhere and all the time, because synergy is very important. Without common efforts, joint efforts, concerted efforts, so to say, we cannot get the most productive results in children with special needs. Yep, I'm trying to translate myself from English. As well as for people that surround them. So we're sure that altogether we will overcome. we'll be able to do it together. In my presentation, early in my presentation, I actually pointed out that psychological and psychologists and teachers should also be involved in this process, because every psychologist has a certain series of tasks to fulfill. A psychologist is helping children to go through this, to the program of socializing. So the team is actually very necessary. Now we're not talking about whether or not it is possible. It is absolutely necessary, because every specialist has its own segment of tasks, and we have to join these segments to get the complete circle and function. So everybody would function within the area of their own competence. Thank you very much. You will still be getting a lot more questions directly. May I just say that I represent the Federal Center, and I would invite all the colleagues to send mails to our website, because we have a team of experts to answer the questions, and we'll be able to process all the mail. I would ask the administrators to voice out the title of your resource center, so you would get all the requests. Thank you very much once again. I hope that we will be able to meet you again in an offline fashion, because people need people. Thank you very much. We will reduce our break to 10 minutes, and at 3 p.m. we will resume our Congress, and we'll have the neuro gym. This is something we have never practiced before. These are the practical exercises developing the cognitive functions, and they will wake our brains up after the break and after the first part, after the intensive first part of the Congress. So at 3 p.m. we will resume and wait for all of you to join. You can continue writing your questions, and we will post the entire information on our website as well as in social networking sites. Thank you very much.
Ağacda her yarpaq başqasından fərqli, belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl. Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli, belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Ağacda hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli, belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli, belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük, hər birimiz eyni ömür sürürük.
Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə,
eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük.
Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm, sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm, öz dünyam olsa da, dünyada tərk deyiləm.
Спасибо большое. Мы вернулись в наш онлайн-эфир. Еще раз хочу напомнить, что у нас проходит конгресс на 3 языках. Переключайтесь на комфортный вам язык. Русский, английский, азербайджанский, азербайджанский, английский, русский, азербайджанский, английский, какой удобно абсолютно. И сейчас у нас будет урок нейрогимнастики от Максима Пронина. Как я уже сказала, мы впервые внедряем.
So we are starting this during the Congress, and so when we are going to start, I will ask the administrators now to run it now. Thank you. Hello, my name is Maxim. So I will be training you on neurogymnastics. Neurogymnastics was taught by Dennis, PhD, and he created this very simple exercises to develop their brainstorms. And what is good for yourself and your routine life, and the important part is that this important gymnastic can be done not only by children but also by adults. You want to try it with me? And let's start it. First is this a lazy 8 number.
Let's start. First, we will execute the lazy figure like this. Just repeat it after me. This is figure 8.
Hareketlerdi. Ayak hareketler.
Cross steps.
Yes, and this is to make sure that you can make the steps and run.
To fulfill
Basically
any type
imitating
of
running.
activity and to actually warm up as soon as possible.
Next step, it's called owl. Children will love it.
Exercise
Allows to
called
relax the muscle.
Owl.
And
children like it very much with this sound. Children enjoy this exercise very much. Owl.
Следующее упражнение слом. Помогает улучшить память, навыки чтения и понимание прочитанного. Стимулирует внутреннюю речь.
Stimulate and ensures a creative imagination.
Ну а на этом мы завершаем нашу нейрогимнастику.
And now we finalize our neurogymnastics. Try to do it every day, 10 or 20 minutes a day, and then you will see the results right away. And I wish you the best of luck. Cheers. Yes, thank you, Maxim. Thank you. I remind you that we have an instructor of the adaptive physical education exercises from Russia. I don't know. Well, I did my best to do it. Well, didn't work so well, but we have things to work on. And I believe that everyone know that, how to what extent our body is very much connected with the system, and whatever happens in our brain and this system of wisdom that we have in our head. Well, next session will be, well, rather sensitive topic, and that sometimes we, work with, sometimes we make mistakes about it, but the topics that we need to develop, and that is the inclusion in the schools, inclusivity in schools, and the reality that we face. I would like to ask the manager, the moderators, and to put it now online. We will have great people. First of all, Irina Lvovna, this is that is author of different methodologies on the issues with speech, author of the publications, and studies the speech, a speech therapist, and a therapist. So we will have Vafa Kazdal. Vafa is, about her education, she is a vice rector for strategic leadership and working at ADA University. And at the same time, we are going to have Elinor Eyvazov, is a teacher also at ADA University. We will have Ayan Aliyeva, A-Level Education Center founder, and very interesting to find out also about her insights. And at the same time, among those people, we are going to have Masha Grechova. Masha is the founder of the inclusive school, is Simple Things. And at the same time, we are going to host Brent Dodson. Well, thank you. I would like to now start the floor, start this session, and start with Irina Leonova, please. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья. Рада приветствовать.
Hello, dear friends. I'm happy to greet you all here. My name is Irina Leonova, and I am the managing director for the World of Communication Union. They talk about communication, about communicative groups, very important for the children that have autism spectrum disorders, so they would be able to socialize successfully. So this is the information that we have here in our we work with the families, with the parents of these children. First of all, I would like to say that the people who work with the families of the autism spectrum disorders have several issues to face. First of all, even if the child knows how to speak, somehow the experts are saying that he is not sharing this impression about how the day passed and how he actually partook in certain activity. It's difficult for him to kind of share these emotions with others. He is not talking about, and he doesn't have this coherent speech. Sometimes it's difficult difficult for him to talk to his peers, and also spoke about even some topics that he might be interested in. So the main questions that is bearing arise basically, where do we start and how do we start? So how to help this child to socialize? This question becomes even more complicated when in our day-to-day realities we understand that there are certain, of course, challenges and limitations about the communication regarding the pandemic-related challenges. And therefore, of course, when we find these children in the quarantine and isolation, they have even less opportunity to communicate, and therefore would like to share this experience that we have here in our organization. The world of communication is where you have enabling environment for children, for adolescents, and other individuals, some mental particularities. It's also a resource place where every pedagogue, every teacher can find these powers and to mobilize himself and or herself and get new skills and how to help them to progress. Well, first of all, I would like to speak about the difference about how the social experience accumulates its experience and how to connect this experience with something that is available also in different development ages that he has. There are some certain challenges, of course, in different age group, and the families with the children with autism will say that, confirm that these challenges and difficulties exist also at the primary level, at the preschool level, at the newborn level, of course. And this is something topical. We talk about inclusivity, we talk about issues related to the inclusive education, about associating them with other communities and additional education opportunities, as well as others in terms of the qualification of the professionals that are helping these people. And of course, the adaptation and the harmonization of the environment, if we talk about the child that is being incorporated into certain group. And this also affects the at the same time, when we look at the skills and the abilities, well, first of all, we need to make sure that the specialization should be adequate and maximum efficient. Therefore, for this particular reason, in the world of communication, in our organization, we have, first of all, we have online, we have in-person trainings at the same time when they can meet their peers and as well as the faculty and the teaching staff. You would like to point out that it's not a class itself, but it is rather it's a just communicational kind of way of dealing with the professional, faculty and so on. At the same time, we need to encompass the online groups that is very topical now during the pandemic, and the children attend these groups with a great interest, and many people provide us feedback with, and they say that yes, indeed. And of course, when you have a child at home and the child basically, looks at the watch just not to skip any class, and all is fine. So we have started. So we talk about the free spare time to make sure that this communicative groups, they can talk to others. It's very topical, and I think it helps specifically the people with autism disorders. And these classes, these sessions also are conducted with our partner association, where our teaching staff carry out these classes. So what are the main principles on the development of the non-directive interaction, and how we can help the children with autism spectrum? This applies both to the adolescents as well as the preschool or newborns. It's important to approach them not in a directive fashion, but rather build this communication based on the interest and opportunities that these children have. This is obviously emotional development. At the same time, the success in terms of when they communicate and the experiences, best practices. Once you are successful, you feel it, you like it, and then you continue to develop the skills and continue to master other skills. At the same time, we focus on the comprehensive and ontogenetic approaches to make sure that these are the areas that can be explored, to how we can make this child even more successful and take them to the next stage. And at the same time, of course, the main principle is the respect to the personality, individual traits, idiosyncrasies of these individuals, regardless of how this child expresses himself. First of all, we look at him as a personality, and then later on we work on the particular features or skills that he or she may have. Well, and when we talk about the individual traits, when we look at the autism spectrum disorder children, first of all, we have three vectors here when we develop and design the socializing and rehabilitative program and methodology. I think this slide will help not only the professionals and specialists who organize these group meetings, but also on an individual basis. And whether talk about the speech therapists or other professionals of such kind, these principles are easily transferable and applied and can be associated with his work. Well, first of all, these are the sensory qualities, how he feels and senses the world around him. We know that the autism spectrum disorder related children, of course, have several specificities and the idiosyncrasies that eventually affect how the world, how he interacts with the world. It can be hypersensitivity. The child may be experiencing challenges with adjusting himself to the sounds, or visually. I mean, when it is difficult for him to receive and appreciate the contrasting colors. So of course the environment has to be built in a way to make sure that the child will be comfortable there, and then when the person who interacts with this child has a necessary space, talks about and has a adequate sound, and all of these skills and all those traits have to be, and aspects have to be considered. Next one is the cognitive one, and the mental ones, how he recognizes and explores the world. The autism spectrum children have several challenges that are with the cause and effect issues are created in a specific way. For example, the child may need to have some secondary issues, and he thinks that because of them something can go wrong or well in the future, in, let's say, in the next point of time. Well, in that respect, we need to, of course, support the child to build this right cause and effect, causation related logic, and to at the same time destroy this inadequate cause and effect logic in his mind. This is, for example, the visual scheduling helps that, and also what is being expected from him, and this kind of things can help him to manage himself properly. And the last one, the third one, is the communicative one. So when we talk about the children with autism spectrum, where we specifically have them, that they manifest itself within these children. So we need to support the initiative of the child, at the same time shape the skills and the aptitudes on how to adequately communicate with the surrounding, and also help them to gain this positive experience. And well, it's important to remember here that communicating is not only talking or speaking, because some children may speak and may have an unintelligent way of expressing themselves, and sometimes not be able to appreciate that, or may not be interested in the communication. In speech in general, the communicative skills can be lowered. And what is the reason for that? And well, first of all, the reasons have threefold. First of all, we can talk about the key three directions where the speech disorders. First of all, the organic, when we talk about the complexity and the perception, reproduction and articulating apparatus issues that we can apply. The second one is obviously the intellectual one, or the way the cognitive part. So here we would need to, of course, think of the logical transactions, let's say. And the third one is the particularity of the communicative field, and where we talk about the specific communication skills under development and autism spectrum disorders, as well as it's important to interact. So to make sure that this interaction and the communication is productive and successful, we can use alternative and supportive ways of communication, as you can see here on the slide. I will not go here into the details because it's a separate topic for the discussion, and I hope that we will have an opportunity to discuss that. Well, how to speak and how to build this communication, how to build this setup so this child could communicate with the entire world and surrounding. So here the professionals and parents can find this communicative situation in the routine life. Whenever they talk to the child, I mean, it can be there is a situation where the child wants something more or everything, or let's do it quickly, or let's do it slowly. and silently, because well, here we can use again as alternative communication ways such as gestures, for example, cards or other emotional linkage and bonds, or and also the speech can be instrumentally used here. At the same time, we need to consider the interest of the parties. So what are the interests, of what are the games that you would like to play, and how to show this initiative and so on, which obviously affect his social part. Well, the routine activities are obviously there. I mean, the daily life, when we talk about cognitive issues and what is happening in now and what will happen, also would give him the right to choose, whether there's a black and there's a white, and what would you want, and you would actually add, let's say, I don't know, a butter or a cheese here. And this even simple things, they even in this case motivate the child to use his speech or any other way of communication that is also a way of socializing himself. And one more key aspect here that is very important for the children with autism is to retell the events, specifically referring to his personal experience. The mama with the child can sit by the end of the day and sit and, let's say, I don't know, draw a certain simple comics and how the day was passed and has passed, or just look at the pictures on the phone and so on, what has happened during the day, and then together with the child discuss it and also tell it to the grandparents, and anyone else in the family, advice and at this expense to shape this preparation and shape the understanding of what has happened in his life during that day, where he has been, what he has seen, and also develop the intelligent speech based on that and work with this child. So here on the slide, you see the main recommendations and advices that we can provide on how to improve the socialization skills of the child. First of all, allocate necessary time, just not to overburden that. Of course, avoid the criticism and so on, because yes, indeed, we are specifically focusing on the success of the child. We need to regulate this and regulate this set of expectations that, for example, parents are requiring something from the child. You need to show patience here, and at the same time, wait until it is needed, because sometimes this time can be even 5 or 10 minutes of this patience, and this is a time which is needed for the child to basically get ready for that, and then to always show respect to all the values, even if this value does not seem to be really important in your view. And yes, it is important for the child, and therefore you need to pay respect to this. And of course, you don't have to compare the children with others. Never compare children with others, because it is important that, for example, you did today and you did it better than yesterday. Therefore, when you compare yourself with yourself, then you will have the self-confidence and appraisal, and then you will be better off. Now, basically, to be able to communicate for fun and for pleasure, you can find a number of other different reasons to do that. For example, it can be hobbies, it can be other opportunities to speak and talk about some other things. For example, reading or and routine life. And let's not forget about the physical exercises that are also very important. It can be conducted at home, and this is specifically applied during the pandemic, during self-isolation, where you have opportunity to coexist at home and work with your children, interact with them, and do something. So this is something that can be used, and I believe that can be manifested in the interaction. Other than that, I would like to also speak about the experience in these groups. These are the principles that have been shaped by our team. You can see it now on the slide. These are the principles that I have been talking about earlier, but now we are not talking about the interpersonal communication with partners, and but this is also about the work in groups. So the groups, basically the psychological age is important here, criteria age, but physiological age, they can be very different. What is important here is the psychological age. The 12 years old and the 15 years old can be together, even if their age differs. It's important to have the psychological age, and the differences, they also in the terms of what they want are important. This is something like groups like art studio, where they work with other materials and rubber, and they can also have some musical exercises here. This is a basically union of the interested people in art. Also, an interesting format that I think very, I think, critical when there are different methodologies, there are different internet groups and forums that are there. And when they master these skills, they shoot these videos and clips, and then based on that, they will create this interesting content that you can look also. This is for the movie. They are interested in rock music, and they are interested in shooting something about themselves. So this is a scenario where they have this content for the video clips, and where they start to contemplate and think of what is going to happen in the world and who they would like to become. It's very important for the professional outlay and orientation in general about to find a place of the person in life, to make sure that after school, these kids will understand where they will go and what will happen. Of course, it's important to understand the specialization, and they can, get this experience. Yes, indeed. Well, another one, it's a very popular exercise which we call Happy Friday. Well, the kids basically, along with teachers, travel across Moscow and find themselves in different interesting places. For example, it could be museums, exhibitions, or just a park or something else of that kind. And the most important thing here is where we are not targeting here just basically to give them impressions or something like this. The main idea here is to make sure that the children understand that they travel. It's basically a parties that they throw together, and we as faculty are relaxed, and by all means, and they can find the way how to find a proper exit from the underground station at the same time. And it helps them to get this experience in socialization. Sometimes our children really have issues with them and don't have these opportunities. And of course, we try to find this way, and we have it in our base, and now we have this dancing and movement therapies, theatric and drama classes. This is everything that fill our life with interesting events and impressions. Also, we have interesting professional orientation meetings, either it's Sveznoy or other, companies that we partner with. So this is a project which is called Who to Become, where we can give them opportunity to actually test what is a real working place and working site, and so they could apply these skills, check their potential and the attitude. Of course, it's important to collect this experience, and at the same time, we have this, birthdays and the parties that are very interesting for our kids, and they create this own surprises and so on. It's a quite informal attitude and environment that they display. Given that our reality changed, we have a lot of interesting online events, and for over a year we are conducting many online events, and very recently we will be, I think, celebrating the anniversary, if you know what I mean. And the online formats are very interesting, and at the same time I talk about the what kind of exercises can be organized and during this online format and online meetings. So one of them is Good Morning World. I mean, it is about the art studios and where they dance and they can continue with dialogues and the and the rhythm and music. It's very interesting, and I think what is enjoyed by our children. I mean, like, they can wake up and get energized for the entire day ahead. So you have again art studio, we have the musical or dancing. So we basically have an opportunity to speak, to draw, to dance, and at the same time, of course, in the first place, this is a communication between the children themselves. This is not a class. I mean, when you have one, let's say, teacher who comes and gives an assignment and the children basically draws. No, this they do it themselves. They add something to that. These are the initiatives, and they work with other tools. For another one is environment, traveling, and table games. These are the classical, matters. I think I don't need to explain it further because everyone understands what is happening there. Well, at the same time, I think what our children enjoy most is, first of all, to feel themselves in this scenario where they can play and with others and do what they want. And of course, this is very topical and very interesting for all the children. I mean, but and specifically children with special care, with special need, and for the autism spectrum disorder children, for them, a possibility to express themselves, a possibility to be and feel themselves as a part of a team, and to feel all of this, elements of this, adrenaline, whether I will or I will win or not. This all of it is very important to build this emotional intellect, the social intellect, that of course is a challenge, yes, for in terms of the development. Other than that, there are gender groups. The gender groups, these are the groups for boys, is called gentlemen and ladies. Well, where they have an opportunity to speak to each other in an informal way and get this experience that is very much needed for the children. And basically discussing it within the group, gender, same gender.
Как ни странно, эта группа получила очень большой резонанс, потому что у ребят, у многих есть действительно литературные таланты.
Yes, and they have this literature talent that they can use. And this is, for example, the gastronomy, something that they also practice. And impression of the fantasy, where they can talk about any topics, where they discuss all of the things that this is a solar system and different animals and ocean and everything else. I mean, about the fantasy and about impression. We know that they are very much interested in many things, and we need to find a way how to share this with them, how to talk about this to other students. I think in this group, yes, you can do that. You can share, you can find the right words, you can find a way out to communicate with other people. And yes, also online, you can also create this, parties and holidays and other festive events, even Halloween and everything. It can be done online. And yes, it allows, well, even in isolation, give them a chance to benefit from this experience, benefit from gain these important feelings and impressions, and they have this opportunity to basically get the social skills and in the future find their way in the society. Dear friends, I would like to stop here and find the aspiration here. Thank you very much. I invite you all to the Facebook group where you can find more about our center and get inspired. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Irina. Now we carry on to our next speaker, Vafa Kazdal. She's not just Vice Rector of Academic Affairs at Ada University in Azerbaijan. She is providing for strategic leadership of the program that we know about, and she is also overseeing the process of student admission. Please, the floor is yours.
My warm greetings Thanks to all the conference participants, to the speakers, to experts, and of course to conference organizers. I am extending my greetings from ADA University. I have to tell that when I was asked to participate in this conference and to speak at this conference, although my background is not necessarily in inclusive education, I immediately agreed and accepted the invitation because of the importance of the topic. The Congress for people with special needs. It has always been relevant, and it's becoming even more relevant with the recent happenings in the around the world and in the education area specifically, and the recent happenings with the pandemic. So the topic of special needs is being redefined, and it can be applied to any individual. Therefore, I again consider that this platform is very unique and very important to simply talk about the issue with people who are interested about the topic, with people who are experts about this topic, to talk about the problem, to understand its roots, and only after that to try to find the ways to resolve the problem. The fact that this Congress is supported by the state of the country, by Azerbaijan and other important key stakeholders, I think is an indicator that this issue of inclusive education is of national importance, and that there is will and intention to strengthen policy reforms around inclusive education and enhance opportunities of education, enhance opportunities for education for those with special needs. And I would like to add that when we talk about special needs, it is not only about providing education for them, but to me, the most important thing is providing an environment, providing an opportunity to those kids to discover their talent, to gain the confidence and become a worthy citizen for the society and for the community, which in itself will have a greater impact on economic well-being and on prosperity of the country. Of course, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, is that inclusive education is one of the strategic priorities of education in the country, and a number of documents have been approved in this direction, in this regard. And one of the most recent ones is in 2017, the president of the Republic of Azerbaijan approved a second state program on the development of inclusive education in Azerbaijan for 2018-2024. And this means that Azerbaijan has embarked on new inclusive education reforms, and so there is a great attention to promote inclusive education and strengthen policy development. Well, I represent here today ADA University, one of the leading universities in the country, and is becoming one of the leading universities in the region. I am proud to say that ADA University has a campus which is very friendly for every individual with all kind of needs, for people with unique traits, if we can say so. And at the same time, it is not only the campus and the facilities that accommodate the needs of different people or people with different needs, special needs, but at the same time, the curriculum, which is based on essential values of ADA University. It's a value-based curriculum, and one of these important values, one of these cornerstone values is the equality and inclusiveness. And the work of the entire university is organized around these values, and including the value of equality and inclusive education. I would also like to mention that one of the youngest schools of ADA University is the School of Education. It started its activities, its academic programs in 2014, and these programs within the School of Education, they cultivate a new generation of educational leaders and a new generation of teachers, and inclusive education, equality and inclusive education are at the core of the curriculum that students in these graduate programs pursue. And one of the research areas that the students in these programs undertake are in the area of inclusive education and policy reforms in the area of inclusive education. So ADA University has been quite active in terms of promoting inclusive education within its academic environment, within its academic village, but at the same time, ADA University is very active in developing human capacity and research capacity and strengthening research capacity who will contribute to the research in the area of inclusive education and improving the situation, improving the problem based on specific evidence, I would like to wish all the conference participants and speakers a very productive, resultful, and enjoyable time. I truly hope that these 2 days will be rich with discussions, feasible discussions, and all these discussions will not remain as simply discussions, but later will transform into feasible action plans, and that will contribute to the enhancement of inclusive education in the country, in Azerbaijan, in the world. And this is in general, this is specifically, but in general, it will contribute to the improvement, to the enhancement of education in general, and to the economic development and welfare of nations as well. Thank you, and good luck with the conference.
Спасибо большое, Вавханум. И мы нашу виртуальную сцену представляем.
Thank you very much, Vafa. And we would like to give our virtual floor to Elnur Eyvazov. He is the instructor at the other university. He is not only representing the stars that are successfully studying, but he is also very popular amongst those that are bringing up those stars in the future. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, dear guests and dear participants of this event. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference and to the participants of this conference. By way of introduction, my name is Elnur Eyvazov. I represent ADA University, where I'm currently a professor of business law and business ethics. At the same time, I'm also in charge of the Office of Diversity, Disability, and Inclusive Education. The conference itself is really interesting, and I think it is not only interesting for citizens and people of our country, but in my view, it has a worldwide application and worldwide interest. I myself have been involved in disability and assistive technology related activities since school years. This is what I might say. I myself, from the birth, a person with a low vision disability, and I'm qualified as a legally blind person. I have been dealing, meeting a lot with people with disabilities of different categories in my life. So the purpose of my presentation is just to give some kind of information about the inclusive education at the higher education level, basically at the university level, and also to give some sort of recommendations of how we can help people with different types of disabilities, specifically with developmental learning, intellectual and attention deficit higher activity, and autism related kind of disabilities. First of all, what I want to say about the people with disabilities and basically about disability itself, I never consider people with disabilities having a disability. In my view, it's more about society. It's more about the society, how the society approaches the people who belong to this category. In my view, if either we talk about the personal life, or we talk about the educational field, or we talk about employment, if the appropriate accommodations and adjustments and support is provided and it's in place, believe me, people with different types of disabilities, specifically with developmental disabilities, even those who have autism and ADHD syndrome, they can perform well. And if you can look at the statistics available from different organizations, the prominent international organizations like the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, the United Nations Development Program, you will see that those category of people, they achieve a lot of success in professional, educational, and other social fields of life. Now, what's really important is just to give them the so-called the opportunity, and also to create the an environment where those type of people can succeed. First of all, I would like to talk about the legal basis of what sort of legal documents they exist to defend and also to provide the legal base for people with different types of disabilities, and specifically those who have problems with learning and also intellectual disabilities and ADHD and autism. First of all, it's an internationally recognized Convention on Disability Rights, which is also called Disability Rights Convention, the UN Disability Rights Convention. Azerbaijan is also party to that convention. By the way, one of the first countries who signed and ratified that convention, and it's also part of our law. And we also have a new law on disability, which was adopted and signed into law by the President of Azerbaijan Republic in July of 2018. As you can see, when it comes to the legal structure, to the legal rules and norms, we have wonderful set of rules on disability rights that provide protection of the interests and provisions of the law, specifically prescribes that the people with different types of disabilities are entitled to get good quality education at different levels, to have an access to employment, to have an access to a full social life, and to have the set of rights and freedoms that every other citizen can enjoy, and people with disabilities can also have this a set of rights and freedoms like everybody else. So basically, as you can see, by law, the people with disabilities, and specifically those who have special needs, and people with intellectual disabilities and any type of disabilities, they can claim their rights. And of course, the government, and of course the governments of many countries, they try to at least to adhere to the requirements of international law and the local laws, including the government of Azerbaijan, regarding the creation of the equal opportunity in education, in employment, and in social life. Okay, this is what I wanted to say about the legal base, and the reason why we need to talk about law and legislation is just to show that we're not talking about things which are not serious. As you can see, the disability-related issues are also regulated by the law, not only at the regional level, at local level, but also at the international level, and there are a lot of other rules, regulations, conventions that exist at the European level, at the CIS level. CIS means like countries of Commonwealth of Independent States, and Azerbaijan, I would say, is one of the first countries that signed and ratified all these international documents and conventions. So there is another question. So once we find out that there is a legal base for creation and supporting the environment, but that is keen on providing the necessary support and assistance for people with special needs, people with different types of disabilities, we have to talk about the inclusiveness from educational point of view, because my core focus of my presentation is on higher education, and also from the social point of view, which also includes education, employment, and social life of people with special needs and people with different types of disabilities. There is a first question that everybody asks, specifically universities all around the globe and employers all around the globe. Having the inclusive environment, for example, if we want to introduce the inclusive educational environment, is it really expensive? Is it worth doing this? My response to this question, given my personal observation as a person with a disability, and also as a professor, and also as an international consultant in law and business, I would say no, it's not expensive. It doesn't require a lot of investments. We're not talking about rocket science. We are talking about just creating the environment where people with different types of disabilities or people with special needs can prosper and succeed. But in my view, in the long run, the society will benefit if the society can help these people to be included in the mainstream education, mainstream employment, because these people can get good quality education and become employable people with good skills, and thus they can become future taxpayers and independent people who can independently live and have less dependency on the government support, and which will also save a lot of money to the governmental budget, and also will help the society to integrate this category of people. What sort of advice, as a professor, as a person who teaches at the university level, based on my observation and based on my work as an advisor on disability related activities at ADA University, and besides teaching at ADA, I have been also teaching at different universities throughout Azerbaijan and also internationally. What I can say, I can only say that As long as we have this kind of environment in place, and conditions set in place, believe me, people with learning disabilities, intellectual disability, with ADHD syndrome, with autism syndrome, they can prosper. And there are tons and tons of examples. You can Google and you will definitely find out about a lot of examples that exist in different parts of the world of how these people can become successful in academia and in professional workplace environment. Okay, so now I want to talk briefly about technical issues a bit, but in my view, I still believe that I need to touch on these technical issues. I just want to show in practice how we can help people with special needs and people with different types of disabilities, including people with learning development disabilities, autism, and ADHD syndrome. First of all, everything starts with the proper functioning of the Office of Disability Services, also Office of Diversity and Inclusive Education at the university level, if university has one. At ADA, we have one that tries to at least support students with disabilities even before they come to ADA. I'm sure some of the universities in Azerbaijan, they have the same strategy. And if I talk about the universities where I teach constantly, I can talk about universities based in the UK, in some parts of Europe where I have been teaching, and also in the US. I can say that these offices, they do exist, offices of disability services and inclusive education. Usually students, before even applying to those institutions, they have to find out about the university and the type of programs they want to study. And the universities also will have to have a special kind of brochure on the policy, which is called Policy on Disability, sometimes called Policy of Diversity, Equal Opportunities and Disability, where all the details on different types of disability will be indicated, and also the information how people can find out about the disability support at the university level, and needs assessment process, what type of adjustments and accommodation, basically what we mean by adjustments and accommodation, basically support, for example, students with disability can get. It's usually available on the university website. It might be available via special brochures that are published by the universities independently. We have the same at EDA University, and I'm sure some universities in Azerbaijan also implement this kind of strategy. And I have been working closely with some other universities in Azerbaijan, and EDA has been assisting other universities operating in Azerbaijan. For example, if a student wants to get a certain support, the student must first of all fill in the special form. If the student is unable to fill in the special form, maybe his representative, her representative, can get in touch with the university and fill in the special form. Nowadays, these forms can be filled in online without even a need to go to the university. And this form will usually consist of the questions. It's kind of questionnaire where you have to provide some information about your disability, and also attach the medical documentation from the medical practitioner, which provides the description about your disability and limitation. So once the university gets this information from you, the information will conduct a needs assessment. Basically, they will read through the medical documentation. If need be, they can contact the medical practitioner and meet, of course, with the student and students' representatives, who can be students' parents, to discuss the limitations. In terms of the approval, most of the times, if the documents are in order and documents are provided based on the law, and there are no kind of cheating and fraud in the documentation, people with disabilities, once again, student status at the university, they can easily apply and also get qualified for relevant support. So I just want now to go to the gist of the support that the students with different types of disability, specifically students with special needs, I'm talking about the person with development disability, learning disability, intellectual disability, ADHD and autism syndrome, they can qualify for specific support. Many people don't know what I will be talking about, but I'm sure the speakers of the conference, they are also experts in what I will be talking about. But I will list some of the support that, in my view, as a practitioner, and also as an academic, I think might of much support, help and much use for students with this type of disabilities. First of all, everything starts even before the classes and even term semester starts. I will strongly advise both the faculty members, the teachers who will be instructing people with disabilities, and also parents of the students with disabilities and students themselves, if possible, to get in touch with the dean of the school, faculty, and also to get in touch with the professors or instructors who will be teaching this student, just to have a preliminary meeting, so that students get acquainted with the professors and the professors can get acquainted with the students. It's not necessary to meet physically, at least online meeting or maybe some sort of exchange of correspondences, emails might be enough, or maybe phone calls might be enough, as long as the university policies allow this type of communication beforehand. In my view, if you have a disability, the university policies will allow you to get in touch directly with instructors and just introduce yourself and let the instructors know about your case, the fact that you have a disability. Believe me, if you don't do that, hardly can the faculty member or professor find out about your condition situation. Most of the cases we are talking about invisible disability. If you have a learning disability, if you have a developmental disability, it will not be visible from the outward appearance. Believe me. For example, my condition, if you look at me, I have a very poor vision. It's really visible because I'm also a white cane user. And I also use special computer for the blind. So in my case, for example, the situation is really explicit. But we're talking about most of the cases where the situation is really implicit. You cannot see from the outward appearance that a person has a disability. Then afterwards, what you need to do, once you get in touch with the professors, and of course, the university will help you, either the Office of Disability Services, Office of Academic Affairs, or maybe Office of Student Records. Whoever has the kind of the possibility to put in touch a student directly with a faculty and get in touch with the student, whoever can lead that process, that will be great. And it's very important to specify this either in the university policies and procedures on the disability, or maybe in some other documents, so that students, they know the point of contact and how they can initiate the conversation. Okay, good. I don't want to talk too much about this process. Basically, I have a PowerPoint presentation submitted to this conference, so you can easily access the content of this PowerPoint presentation. And if you have questions, you can always contact me or contact the relevant institution where you want to study. Some of the support that students with different types of disability, including students with psychological, intellectual, learning, ADHD, and autism syndrome can obtain. For example, in my practice as an academic, as a teacher and professor, what I usually observe, because every student has different capabilities and different capacities. For example, if I use a traditional method of teaching, which we call lecturing, which I don't like personally, because I believe in experiential and practical learning. Believe me, some people will not be able to grasp what you say, even though those people can be good at the end of the semester in their performances and can be good at getting very good grades. But some students might prefer lectures as a traditional method of teaching to acquire the information. Therefore, for example, in my practice, I use a mixture of teaching learning methods like simulations, case studies, group discussions, audio and video recordings, factual analysis, using of different PowerPoint presentations, take-home assignments, and even some sort of like simulation games. Not, of course, widely used, but I also like try to engage students through online platforms to listen to different presentations, to read various news outlets. Believe me, it makes their life much easier and also more interesting. And the same applies to students with disabilities. I try not to differentiate a person with a disability from for example, a student who doesn't have a disability. It's really important to say this and also to underscore this. At least in the classroom environment, the situation can be completely different once you deal with students with disability in private setting, in private environment, where of course you can have some sort of personal attitude to the student with disability. And my strong advice to the faculty members and professors also, they have a bit kind of patience and even somehow mercy in dealing with people with different types of disabilities, and to be open to understand the needs of people with students with disabilities. Okay, what else you can do? You always need to split the work of people with disabilities, especially we talk about learning, psychological disability, and also staff with people who belong to the staff category of disability into small parts. Because if you want to force students to study all this amount of information all at once within a short amount of time, believe me, it won't be possible. It won't be possible. Sometimes people with disabilities might have multiple disabilities. A person might be legally blind, but at the same time he might have psychological disability, learning disability. It is the case. Sometimes a person might have, for example, some sort of like disease, like might have diabetes, at the same time psychological, intellectual disability. So these are the things which also need to be taken into consideration once you want to engage students with disability to study at the university level. What else? There are special technology and software programs that can also assist people with different types of disability, and specifically talking about the category of people with certain disabilities that is the focus of this conference. I would advise using text-to-speech software, special software that is used by people with various types of disabilities. It's special software that can read aloud the documents. And also this software can also underscore the words by using different colors. Best examples of this software might be so-called software for the blind and visually impaired, at the same time software for people with learning and intellectual disabilities. It will help them to understand the information in much faster and much better way. Another type of technologies that the students can use, given the fact that sometimes they might be impatient, is so-called speech to text, when a person with a disability can easily dictate the information to the machine, computer, and this computer can translate all this orally spoken text into written text. And also there are other ways how we can accommodate people with disabilities by giving them extra time in the examination, extra time for submission of their assignments, and of course encouraging them to work as part of a group. And also not just creating a welcoming environment. So in conclusion, what I want to say, I just try to give you some examples of this support that we can provide to the student, to the people with disabilities and those who have special needs. And believe me, if this is created, they can succeed a lot in professional, academic life. And believe me, it's not very expensive. So thank you so much for your attention. And if you might have any questions, you are more than welcome to contact me at any time. I wish you good luck.
Thank you, dear Elnur. Спасибо большое. Я думаю, что
Thank you very much. I think that Mr. Ivazov's and Ms. Kazdal's speeches are
Hususiye ihtiyacı
actually
olan ve hatta
reflecting
ümumi dünyada çünkü de
the
elbette ki
practice of adapting
e,
people with disabilities to the
birincisi bizim
opportunities that
növbəti
are available.
məruzəçimiz Fərid Süleymanov. Çox maraqlıdır. Fərid buyurun. İnklüziv təhsil barədə çıxışı olacaqdır.
Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, attendants. I welcome every single of you and wishing good luck to the course of the conference. I'm Farid Suleymanov, an expert on inclusive education, regional development as public union. Was carried out project between 2018 and 2020 with the main objective to certainly carry out the intended state program from 2018 to 2024 under the certain set of activities. Within the framework of activities, great strides have already been made within the short last couple of years. Alongside our project, UNICEF, together with Azerbaijani office, back then their project was also carried out in parallel, which allowed us to certainly bring to amalgamate, certainly harmonize the efforts and outcomes of both projects as a common objective. So within the project framework, we certainly launched a cooperation with international experts alongside the teacher programs that were certainly implemented and throughout the series of implemented programs. Speaking of the program, in an inclusive education, I'd like to take you through quite succinctly about the notion, what is inclusive education, what it entails. If I were to answer, why did I decide to pose this question in this manner? Because until recently, inclusive education has been misconceived amongst the public. Usually, it was somehow misconstrued in a way that it's only and exclusively applicable to special education or special needs in a special classroom environment. So basically, it was certainly mistaken with other sort of education. But when it comes to the notion, and in terms of when drilling down on the essence, we can certainly better understand, comprehend what it stands for. It stands about making schools rather available, certainly quite accessible, I should say. You know, education as such is a continuous evolving process, and inclusive education, which is an integral and indispensable part of it, and certainly indeed, and in order to fully secure its all amenities, it's certainly on the path of an evolution. Speaking of which, it's not just the ad hoc educational process, although many other similar projects have been certainly carried out next to it. But we need to reinforce, we can certainly reinforce the foundation alongside, but nevertheless, it can be only the kickoff process. However, it should be a process constantly to roll out. It should be on the go. Indeed, it is very much about certainly it entails the continuous evolution. It's not once again only education applicable and available to kids with special needs. It's very much applicable, holds true for all the children. It's in order to expand the education for everyone. And from this standpoint, when it comes to those with special needs or physical disability, so irrespective of all these categories, it's the paramount, it's essential that elder children be included in the general schools. Although in many aspects, inclusive education, speaking of inclusive education, so indeed physical disability may and does come to the fore, and we are seeing these realities in Azerbaijan, and it's not by accident, because physical disability is one of the obvious impediments towards the inclusive on the way to inclusive education. So therefore, when speaking about inclusive education, it's a physical disability that is closely and instantly associated with that notion. However, inclusive education isn't only, once again, certainly um, meant of the physical disability. So it's all about alignment, harmonization, and adjustment of the educational facilities for everyone. And sometimes what we see, the children with disabilities, they try to be aligned with the school context. Of course, this is very much in contradiction with the real essence, because to change and adjust to inclusive education is something that the school is bound to do. The entire school management is bound to do. This is not something that is certainly the children are responsible for exclusively. But although in most of the cases, indeed, we do it's not just adjustment. There's various special needs, special in academic sense. It's very much to secure the natural growth and development of their children. Inclusive education, I will repeat again, which is the very first postulate and important cornerstone. Inclusive education, it's the continuous activities so as to find out the impediments and bottlenecks that stand in the way of the children for their access. It's not the process that only ripples out in the school and on the school environment in order to provide all this certainly access to fully secure the access to all in the quality manner. It means how can we certainly address the question if the inclusive education has been fully met or not, because there is no silver bullet to answer, because it's not the process, homogeneous process at large. So there are many impediments and hurdles to overcome on the path, say in the city building and urbanization. There is infrastructures, the transport, and many other amenities and, if you will, utilities, psychological stances, approaches, must certain decorum must be properly taken into account. And certainly, if the persons certainly wouldn't want to leave their houses because of the potential stigmas that they may certainly encounter, or they will be discouraged to go to school, even if they know that the school is not accessible, if you will, in terms doesn't have physical accessibilities to enter the school. So it's once again an evolving process and the wide spectrum, and so therefore it's a process that is under implementation. So inclusive education isn't just about what's happening at the school. It's not only the burden to be taken by the high school, by the pedagogues. Uh, so this is quite a comprehensive process that certainly includes the pedagogical community and the organizations of persons with disabilities, various public agencies, enterprises, um, uh, parents, teachers, so all the stakeholders, all the interested parties. So through their collective, the team effort, that inclusive education can definitely be attained at the end of the day. Just if we were to sum it up, we may come up with the following definition. Inclusive education is certainly a possibility to access the education through the exposure of the potential of the children, irrespective of their sex, ethnicity, religion, and cultural status, as you can see from the definition. So it includes very versatile aspects in its definition. What we really struck, particularly in this definition, that within the communities is the certainly exposition to how to expose the potential and the talents of their children. It's not just about the education, and it's also how to laying bare to the potential, to, if you will, to their standards, of the opportunities that they must be certainly granted. Inclusive education is quite a comprehensive and versatile definition, We can go on and on for hours, for days, for months. It's just like we have been uh, doing so for many, many years. And we were talking the previous project about the educational capacity and many other aspects of the education. But given the time restraint, I try to certainly bring forward only the key postulates, and certainly, and once again, definitely, if there are questions, we can definitely address and thrash out these issues, certainly with our colleagues in attendance. Thank you very much for your kind attention and good luck to the course of the Congress. Thank you very much.
Çok sağ olun, teşekkürler. И у нас следующий спикер Аян Алиева. Аян является основателем и директором образовательного центра A-Level Education, азербайджанского образовательного центра. Насколько я знаю, Аян сейчас...
It's an Azerbaijani educational center. As far as I know, she is dealing with startups in a number of countries. At the moment, she is residing and is being educated in the United States right now. Please, the floor is over to you.
Salam hörmətli konqres dinləyiciləri. Mən Ayan Əliyeva, Maryland ştatından.
Hello, I'm from Ayan Aliyeva. I join you from the state of Maryland. Today, I would like to take you through on the support system of the inclusive system of the children that are supported here, about our current experiences. And I, for one, I've been collaborating with the universities, the many universities, in the special needs department. We have good connections with the universities, and we take part here. I'd like to take you through on the inclusion. The universities say on children with the autism spectrum in the United States, how they can study, how they can take classes. Well, overall, let's go back to the admission process. In the United States, the very support of the students with autism spectrum. And I mentioned early on, according to the current statistics, 1 out of 58 or 59 students are suffering from the autism spectrum. And today, with the Rochefort Institute of Technology and together Wisconsin Whitewater universities have been chosen as models and special educational support to support the children or students with special needs within the campus that we will be talking about. First and foremost, let me tell you something about the background, that 85% of these similar services across the country, this in the campuses, the services are provided. Let's talk about how they provide those services, how they are assessed, how the kind of aid programs they involved in, from school, from the universities, how they are admitted, and then while studying, while taking classes, how those students are supported all the way to their graduation. First and foremost, I have visited many departments, many units, and it's all first and foremost, it is about communication skills. The communication is built quite differently. And how? To begin with, the information that are imparted, dispensed to them, is being done in a quite a unique way. Even if they sit in the same classroom, which is an inclusion, nevertheless, they are still receiving additional support through the lecture notes, the remarks, special additional books, or maybe note taker, the expert sits next to them, that usually in the psychology departments and the students who are certainly studying, they know autism.
Yardım eləyirlər. Həmin tələbənin yanında oturub mühazirəni məsəl üçün qeydə alır kompüterdə və sonradan həmin qeydləri tələbəyə autizm deməli spektrumda olan tələbəyə verirlər.
Then the children, they are given those notes. So the students, they listen, and they usually they take notes slowly, and therefore someone extra sits next to them that helps them to take notes and takes additional notes. Then, most importantly, we know that students with autism spectrum, they are rather sensitive and vulnerable towards stresses and examination and tests, and happen to be the huge pressure when faced. So therefore, they are given guidelines about tests and examinations.
İmtahanlar nə cür keçiriləcək? Qabaqcadan həmin tələbələrlə bir neçə təlimatlar keçiriləcək. Onun əlavə tələbəyə verilən cavablar və məsəl üçün tələbə autizm spektrumda olan tələbə sual verir və həmin cavabı nəinki
Why not only the teachers have to voice out, and also teachers, pedagogues must also present those notes to the students in the written form, and therefore this is very much important factor. And during the communication, it is must be clearly communicated and has to make sense, because students with autism spectrum, they comprehend everything clearly, but briefly. They don't understand, they don't tend to understand lengthy long sentences. They'd rather see the brief sentence. Speaking of the motor skills, I think I talked about that. Those students, they work in a slower pace, and they do their exercises in a much slower the pace, which is quite normal for them. The department, in that particular department, either during the examination or during the homework times are extended. For instance, if they do their homework under at their home environment, so they actually make necessary adjustment. They have to be doing in a quiet place. They are taken gradually, step by step. They are elucidated how to go about the examinations. And to take examination, they are given an extra time, even during the admission, when it comes to SAT or the TOEFL on the SAT examinations. So usually they are rather slower. So education, how the children with autism spectrum, to teach them what is being done, of course, and certainly even they are given an extra time beyond the deadline, and the experts work with them. And when working with them, we don't call it tutoring. It's face-to-face, and the teacher together with them. They don't do the exercises on their behalf, because it wouldn't be otherwise independent classes, independent studies. What they are, the way they are aided, those who have experts who have graduated, who are well-versed and gurus in the psychologies. They teach them, they elucidate them on the study skills. So those study skills are taught, are explained for the students, be the time management with regards to taking examination, or in terms of if they are given an extension, required frequent repetitions of those extensions is something within the that falls under the mandate of those experts who are dealing with studies and giving materials. You know that the children with autism spectrum are usually may tend to forget things. Certainly those knowledges are, so therefore they need to be given handouts, because they may tend to forget. So students are provided sort of double soft copies and hard copies, and usually they could be also potentially suffer from dyslexia. So, and there are students they hardly or they can write, they can receive information much better given those papers and notes written in a certain blue, yellow, or green sheets. So if that would be the case, indeed, the materials would be printed out in those color sheets. So when it comes to agreement of the deadline and extension, which is key and critical, especially students with autism, they don't have a certain sense of the deadline, or even with the extension, sometimes they have hard time understanding and making certainly sense of the extension and deadlines. And for the test, given an extra time in a very quiet place, in a quiet designated place, examinations and tests certainly difficult, not only for those and everybody, as well as for almost all the students who have taken and still taking, they undergo certain degree of anxiety, and they're certainly distressed even on the eve before the examination. And therefore, experts and psychologists work with those students who are about to take examination and tests. And going forward for the tests, additional times are granted, and their seats are arranged in a way that they wouldn't hear extraneous, distracting noise. And once again, we'll come back to sensor differences. Hearing, listening, seeing, touching, palpation, and autism spectrum. Students every year, they are so sensitive about it. So there are students that during the examination, they prefer wearing hats, caps, or the sunglasses, or the eye, lenses. So I think that this is something that allows them to concentrate better, to avoid distraction, in other words. So this is quite critical that those particular departments engaged with the students, that take close attention, heed to these issues. So I'd like to insert a small video.
To really discover myself and discover my passions.
I've been feeling more confident in myself, skills, and have fun doing it.
Career Ready Bootcamp is a 3-week on-campus residency program for rising second years here at RIT. They all identify as being on the autism spectrum. What we do is we focus on the soft skills that employers have identified as being essential to success in the workplace. We also have the students apply these soft skills as they're working in a team to build the 3D printers. We have weekly performance reviews for the team and for the individual. And we also have networking opportunities so they can practice all the skills necessary to succeed.
This is an opportunity for students to take advantage of something they're not going to get anywhere else. There are no other colleges that are doing what RIT is doing.
Being able to interact with people professionally and successfully is something that I value a lot. One of the main reasons why I came here is so that I could gain those skills that I need to not be a nervous wreck while I'm doing my job.
We're really working to expand the employment opportunities for students on the autism spectrum, those who think differently and who really interact with the world differently.
We have employers that are coming here from across the country in order to gain access to our talent. I'm excited to be here at the Career Ready Bootcamp at RIT because I want to be a part of the students' journey and give them insights into what it's like to go through the resume process and interviewing process to better prepare them for when they're ready to take that next step.
I think this bootcamp really tries to push you out of your comfort zone and make it so then you can express your ideas, your thoughts, and your viewpoints to others. I would suggest joining this bootcamp because you need the soft skills to go anywhere in the workplace. You need to interact with other people.
I do view this as building a foundation. Having the introductory soft skills to build upon in the future is definitely very valuable.
Gördüğünüz kimi bu həmin departamentlərdə
As you
bootcamplər
all saw, those vividly saw departments 2, 3, 4 week long before the commencement of the school, those kind of courses, or they're organized, or at the year end, they're rather they provided those, you know, camps, those organizations, the courses right after the graduation together, there's in conjunction with the subject field experts who are savvy, working, collaborating with those students, that all in all,
universitet həyatına inkluziya edebilecek adamlardır, insanlar.
those are the people that have a strong say, who can make and do make a strong and effective changes, differences. They are able, they are intellectuals, but what they need is special, unique approach and additional support that they are suggested and provided.
Autism spektrli hər bir tələbə universiteti
So
bitirir.
every single student does graduate and become the subject field expert in their own realm. Thank you very much.
Аян ханым, teşekkür edirik. И наш последний спикер в этой панели Бренд занимается international admissions, приемом студентов международных в школе, которая называется Shrub Oak. А Shrub Oak — это школа, которая заточена под студентов возраста от 8 до 30 лет, до 30, я хочу обратить внимание, аутического спектра. Это школа и дневная, и также boarding school, именно для такого рода детей и молодых людей, для того, чтобы помочь им в персональном развитии. Пожалуйста, Бренд.
Hi, my name is Brent Dodson, and I'm the Director of International Admissions at Shrub Oak International School. And what I want to speak about today is Shrub Oak International School, a visionary approach to autism education. If I could just give you a brief overview of Shrub Oak and a few of our programs. Shrub Oak is a highly specialized therapeutic day and boarding school for students ages 8 to 30 with a primary diagnosis of autism. Shrub Oak's located about an hour north of New York City, and one of our programs that I really want to highlight is our core program. And within our core program, there are two pathways. One is for our career-bound students who wish to finish our program with a skills and achievement credential and then move on and enter the workforce. And also within the core program is our college-bound students. These are students who come to us that want to graduate. They will receive a high school diploma. And of course, being in New York State, we follow New York State standards for all of our academic classes. And quite frankly, we exceed those requirements. And of course, when our students graduate, they receive a private school, high school diploma, and we help them move on to college and university. And there's a couple of different ways that we support our students. The first one that I want to highlight is our clinical services. All of our clinical services are in-house. And within our building, we have psychiatry, we have BCBAs, we have social workers, we have physical therapists, occupational therapists, speech and language pathology. We also integrate art and music therapies into our programs. We find that's very beneficial and helpful for our students. So within our mission statement, the last line of our mission statement says, our singular focus is each student's success and happiness. As we know, with students with autism, success and happiness could mean many different things, and it's different for each student. So one of the things that we do to really support our students, help them grow and help them move on to that level of success and happiness is our individualized approach to education. So when a student comes to our school, we're not going to make them fit into our program. We are going to tailor a program around that student and what their needs are, maybe what the family is looking for, what the family thinks the next step is for that student, or where they want to see them in the future. And we take all of that into account and develop a plan for that. So those students that are in our core program, they'll come to us with the expectation that they'll go on to college or university, and that's their level of success and happiness. For other students, maybe more disabled students that are within our population, success and happiness means that we're teaching them activities of daily living, that we're teaching them those skills to be able to live independently. And we can accommodate any of those within our programs. Another program within our programs is our transdisciplinary approach to education. And what that means is that we have members from campus life, education, and clinical services that comprise a team for each one of our students. So each of our students has a team, and that team meets daily. And what they do is they review the individualized plan that we have for that student and determine daily whether that plan is working or not. If the plan is successful, then we keep moving forward. If there are some challenges and some things we need to change, we can do that daily. So we're not waiting weeks or months to make changes to that individualized plan for that student. We are making those changes daily. And another one of our very important programs within our programs is our transition coordinator. And our transition coordinator is responsible for exactly that, the transition for these students from our program to the next level, whether that's entering the workforce or moving on to college or university. And while the student is with us, the transition coordinator also works with each student to develop programs for internships. So we're very active in the community. Of course, pre-COVID, when we could all be out and about and do things, we had students that would go into our community and work. We had one student who loved to bake and be in the bakery. And so after school, that student would go to the bakery. And when that student was in the back of the shop, working with pastries or doing whatever it was, our occupational therapist was there with her, helping her through that. And then when she was in the front of the store, handing out samples or whatever she was doing, then our speech therapist was there with her, helping her navigate that as well. So we find that to be a very important part of our program. Within our program is the transition program. And so lastly, I kind of want to highlight one of our students that graduated last year. When this student graduated from our program, they graduated having been accepted to all 12 colleges that they had applied to and had received merit scholarships at each of those colleges. So we were very excited and very happy for this student as they moved on to the next step and the next level of their success and happiness. So thank you for your time and allowing me to share with you Shrub Oak International School, a visionary approach to autism education.
Thank you, Brent. Мы переходим к сессии вопросов.
We now carry on to the Q&A session. I would ask our speakers to join the panel discussion. Thank you very much. I can see almost everyone. All right. Once again, thank you very much, all the speakers, for your participation. Vafa, I have a question. My initial question is for you to answer. Now we have the video, the motion picture. Well, your presentation actually resulted in questions and proposals. quite expectedly. And first and foremost, I'd like to ask, what does Ada University do for students with special needs? Is there any program in terms of any inclusive, is there any inclusivity program? This is question number one, and then we will
Спасибо
switch on to
большое.
the
Во-первых,
proposals.
я
Thank you
хочу
very
сказать,
much.
что мне было, я
First of all, I'd like to
присоединилась
say that
раньше, и мне было очень интересно
earlier
послушать все
joined
презентации.
all the
Очень много
presentations, and
экспертов
I
в этой
had a
области.
ball
Наверное, я
listening to them,
менее опытная среди них
listening
именно в
to the
этой
experts in
теме.
this area. I'm probably the
Поэтому
least experienced
я
person
у
in this
каждого
area.
чему-то новому
So
научилась по
I would learn
теме инклюзивного образования. Ну, с
I
первых
would
дней
learn
создания
something
университета
from every one
АДА,
of them. From the
конечно
first days
же,
of
от
Ada
того, что цель
University
это,
establishment,
во-первых, соответствовать
mission was
международным стандартам и
to comply to
чтобы
international standards,
предоставить возможность образования каждому
to provide educational
студенту,
opportunities to every
каждому
student,
индивидууму.
to
Поэтому
every individual. And
инклюзивное
that's why
образование как
the
бы
inclusive
с
education
первых дней и является
from day
неотъемлемой
one
частью образования при
is the
университете АДА. У нас
inherent
есть
part of
отдельный
our
офис, и
educational
я
practice
увидела, что
within
наш
our
профессор
university. So we
Эльнур
have a
Налим
separate
Эйвазов,
office, and I could
директор
see
вот
how that
этого центра, Office of
Elnur Eyvazov, the director
Inclusive
of
Education.
the
Probably it will
Office
be better if
for
I name it
Inclusive
like this rather
Education.
than Office of Disabilities. Он возглавляет этот центр, и,
He is heading up that
конечно,
center.
центр,
And
я
of
думаю,
course,
довольно активно
the
работает в
center
этой
is quite
области.
actively
Я также в своем выступлении также
is quite active in this
отметила,
area.
что
Also, in my
программа сама тоже
presentation, I highlighted the
предусматривает,
fact that the
наш
program
curriculum
itself is
тоже
also,
предусматривает
including our
специфики или же
curriculum, it is
я
envisaging.
уже, по-моему, переключаюсь между разными языками, то есть нужно отдельно. Да.
I'm like bouncing
Программа
between different
тоже
languages now
подразумевает
in my
сам
mind.
curriculum.
So the
Ну,
program is
естественно, я
envisaging
думаю, самое главное
a
это
specific
facilities,
curriculum as well. And
инфраструктура,
most importantly, we have the
которая
facilities
учитывает
infrastructure that is
особенности индивидуумов и
accounting for the
возможность
specific needs of these
обеспечения
individuals,
доступа к
and as
образованию
well as the
каждого
possibilities to provide
студента.
each
Не
student
знаю.
with an access to education. Thank you very much. Dear Vafa, we have a suggestion. We would like to meet. We would very much like to meet you after the conference. You know that this is our third Congress, and we have been meeting, actually communicating with different schools, and all the schools consider themselves inclusive. Reason number one is because this is necessary. Reason number two is because it's fashionable. And only some rare schools are trying to avoid this obligation. When talking to one of the school's directors, I heard him honestly and frankly tell me that they don't have enough tutors and special mentors for to ensure the inclusive education. And as long as this is the case, we are not capable of teaching children with disabilities not to harm them. Actually, the reason is that we don't want to harm them. And there is this applicable behavioral analysis, ABA, that can actually provide for the training of such experts that would then benefit the system of education at large. And this is our suggestion, rather. When have you discussed the possibility of launching or establishing a faculty like that? We have a lot of joint projects with you, and perhaps we could cooperate with ADA in the area of inclusive education which would in turn become an example of inclusive education not only for universities but also for schools, because you also
Вы
have a
знаете,
school.
вы заметили
We
очень
can
важную
meet
вещь. Я
after the
хотела с этого и
Congress. You
начать,
said something very
что
important, you know.
мне кажется,
I
что
wanted
очень часто
to
да, инклюзивное образование
touch
это
upon
тоже
that
становится очень
in
таким
the first
фешенабельным
place.
термином,
You said
а
that
все же упирается
inclusive
во что?
education
Это
is
в
turning into
желании
a
педагога
fashionable
помочь
term, whereas
ребенку
in reality
реализовать
all it
себя
means
или же
is
помочь
the
студенту
desire of
реализовать
a
себя.
tutor or
Это,
teacher
наверное, самое
to
главное.
help the
И
student
это, как говорится, цель и миссия университета АДА. Поэтому
succeed
я
in
с
their
этой точки зрения
self-development, and
могу
this is the
сказать, что
major
да,
goal, and that's the mission
инклюзивное
of Ada University.
образование
And
у нас
from this
существует,
standpoint, I can say yes, we do have the
потому
inclusive
что наша
education,
цель это чтобы
because
каждый
our mission is to
студент, вне
have
зависимости
every
от,
student,
я не знаю, бэкграунда,
regardless
возможностей и так
of
далее,
their
сумел
background or
получить
opportunities,
как говорится,
to
образование и, как говорится,
gain
паспорт в будущее, если можно
the
сказать.
education
Поэтому, да,
and,
я с вами согласна.
and
Мы не должны забывать
thereby
вот про это самое главное.
ensure their future.
Что все
We should
это,
not forget
как
about this. This
говорится,
is the most
все это
important thing.
зависит от педагога и насколько
It
педагог
entirely depends
верен
on
своей
the
профессии.
instructors, the
Ведь педагог
teachers,
верный своей
and
профессии,
to what
он
extent are they
найдет
faithful
все пути. Ну, естественно, помимо этого, конечно, обязательно
to
и
their
образование в
occupation.
этой области,
And of course,
специалисты
we
в этой
need to
области
contribute
нужны для того, чтобы
the
все было
instructors and
на
teachers training
высочайшем
and
уровне, как
retraining.
говорится.
So I take your answer as
да.
yes, and we will meet with you to discuss the future way of development in this area.
Вам
Thank you very
спасибо.
much.
If I could throw you just one question, quick one. Hi. Can you hear us? Okay, fantastic. Okay, just a quick question which we've got from the audience. As the boarding school or just a day school for autistic spectrum students, are you switching into digital education as well, or you're doing only offline?
Oh, we're doing only offline. We're not going to start with digital education. It's really hard for our population to learn online and on Zoom, so we prefer in person.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much, and we were absolutely impressed with the school. So, like, you know, that's a very good example set. So again, if the audience will have any questions, I think, you know, they'll be able to send it to you directly. Thank you for being with us.
Mm-hmm.
Wolfgang, тут вам опять комментарий?
Dear Vafa, here is somebody saying that you're a beautiful person and teacher. Thank you for doing everything you have done for your students. She said that she is the mother of your ex-student from Ada University. I have a question for Farid. To what extent are we ready to penetrate the regions to develop inclusive education in the regions? Because we had a question asked by a person from Kusar district, and seemingly they said that there is no inclusive school, and she would be ready to participate in the project of establishing such a school.
İnkişaf elədirmək regionlarda, tək Bakıda yox, regionlarda. Mən bilirəm ki, siz regionlara baxırsınız, amma yenə də Qusardan bir sual gəlib ki, belə bir məktəb yoxdur, belə bir layihə yoxdur, hansı ki, inklüziv təhsili davam etsin. Və məncə bu bir ana idi, valideyn idi. O valideyn təklif elədi ki, o özü hazırdır bu şeydir, belə bir layihədə iştirak etsin. Siz nə qədər hazırsınız ki, publicdən bu təklifi qəbul etmək və inkişaf etdirmək? Çox sağ olun.
Tatyana xanım, suala görə təşəkkür edirəm. Yeri gəlmişkən digər konferans iştirakçılarını və mütəxəssisləri bir daha salamlayıram.
I welcome once again conference attendants. And I thank you all for the opportunity granted to me. I can roughly understand who the author is, because our project did have initially 6 destination: Azerbaijan, Shamakhan, Jalalabad regions of Azerbaijan. And within the project framework, the teachers, local teachers and school principals, and together with the parents, we organized seminars and conferences. We did have a very close ties with the local communities alongside parents, not only in Guba and also in other regions. We certainly, there's a great interest towards these initiatives, and certainly we are willing to cooperate and collaborate within all our means. But the matter of the fact that the further expansion of the inclusive education isn't something that we can certainly take the entire brunt of. This is being certainly, there's an oversight by the Ministry of Education. But the good news is lately, our education at the regional level, for the regional expansion, there are various initiatives will definitely be launched. And I'm not sure when that will be certainly carried out. However, there are quite serious intentions that have been already voiced over. And I hope that Guba, as a region, will be one of those to be chosen, because Ministry of Certainly Education will go ahead where the infrastructure has been established, is certainly capable of certainly for the rollout, with the certainly given the knowledge and intensive experience of the teachers and pedagogues. So it is one of those regions that quite number of the teachers have been involved into the training courses. Well, I cannot give you a right exact number from Dubai. I think hundreds of teachers have been involved. And by the way, to seize this opportunity, I would like to extend my gratitude for such a great, keen interest and eager wanted to work. So given, certainly granted that if there's a great interest and initiative, will be more than glad to tap into the system, the cooperation. Thank you very much for touching upon the education first for teachers and for the specialists. Quite critical once again. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I hope and I hope others will join. Mr. Elnur,
you're making everything possible to make the applied education in place. How, let's put it this way, how the traditional education system is being played in comparison with what you're trying to modernize as a teacher? And how, I mean, how challenging is that? We don't have lots of the time, but I'm absolutely desperate to ask this question from you.
Okay, thank you so much to all of you, and thank you so much for organizing this conference. And thank you so much, Fahanam, for a very nice introduction. Yes, we started this process, I would say, almost 5 years ago, and we have made a lot of achievements. I can speak for AD University. And we try to help students with different types of disabilities. So it can be development disability, learning disability, sensory disability, mobility disability. Yes, initially, of course, it usually takes a lot of time just to learn about the subject and about the field. But in my case, I had this kind of personal experience through my education at different universities overseas, also through my work. I usually combine my practice in corporate and academic world. Also, besides I'm also an international practitioner and consultant. That's why I can speak about the employment issues, also about education issues that people with disabilities can face on a daily basis. Yes, traditional education definitely differs, because traditional education is not so much catered for people with different types of disability. Even the fact that we're talking about inclusivity and inclusiveness. When we talk about inclusivity and inclusiveness, it's not only about disability, it's about different types of disability, and it's also about people with different backgrounds, different beliefs, different views in life, different nationalities, ethnicities, and different attitude to life. And the same, of course, applies to the disability. And of course, what we started and how we started at ADA, for example, we started developing special policies and procedures, which are in place, by the way. We were the first institution of its kind, I would say, even in the region, to initiate the open door policy for people with disabilities, and not only for people with disabilities, but for employees with disabilities that include the staff and the faculty members. Currently, we have people with disabilities who work full-time as employees of our university, and we also have students, and we also had students with disabilities. I won't say that we have a lot of students with disabilities working at our university and studying at our university, but still we are growing in numbers when it comes to disability. Yes, a different type of disability requires different individual attitudes. One thing which is applicable for a person with a low vision disability to a person with, for example, who has problems with hearing, the attitude might be completely different when we do with people with developing learning disability, autism syndrome. But at the same time, we also pay a lot of attention to the fact that we need to have necessary adjustments, accommodations. What I mean by adjustments and accommodation, basically necessary support that can be individualized for different students depending on their needs. And I think some of the examples have already been given by some of the speakers, including myself. Things like, for example, special books in electronic format, maybe extra time for the preparation. We try to work closely with faculty members at the beginning of the semester, just letting them know that where you have a person with disability who will be attending your class, and most of the times the faculty members are really open and keen on helping students with disabilities. And of course, within the best of our abilities, we try to provide the technological support, like in terms of software, in terms of advice. But at the same time, unfortunately, there are a lot of expectations from us. But parents, at the same time, students with disabilities, they don't understand the fact that they also have to make a first step in order to have the so-called the process in place, so that we can assist students with disabilities. If we don't have any information about a person with disability from the first day, well, it will be very hard for us to provide necessary support and assistance. In my view, as a teacher, as an instructor, as a professor, what I might say, I will take only one extra minute of your time. I also have a lot of interaction with different students. It's the same process. Being in a classroom, either in a virtual or physical classroom, you need to have an individual approach to each student. And the same applies to the students with disabilities. And plus, I'm also thinking about the skills that they need to have once they graduate from the university in order to be employable. What I might say in conclusion, there is a huge, tremendous change going on in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the technological advancements will bring a lot of opportunities for people with different types of disabilities. And I think we will be having an equal playing field for people with different types of disabilities. There is only one thing that we need to have. It's, I would say that we need to give a chance to people with disabilities, and the society must be a bit welcoming and must have a desire to help them. This is what I want to say. Sorry for very
yeah, it was slightly longer. And yes. If I may, we're always suggesting to use not the people with the disabilities, but probably different people, different from us. Because I mean, this disability is still, we're following out the template. While who said
I personally won't say that they're different from us. In a way, each of us, I would say, we might be different in some way or the other way. We are only, at least, well, I can give an example for ADA. At least we strive to have this kind of inclusive environment where all these differences are kind of incorporated and included. And basically, we need to have a society without any barriers.
Well, that's an ideal society we're striving for. Okay, I've got 2 questions remaining. We're absolutely short of time. Irina, вам будет быстрый вопрос. Ferit Bey, size de bir sual gelecek.
There will be a question for Irina and to Farid. We always ask experts to share about 3 short tips, especially given you've been in the area of child development for 17 years on end. 3 short tips from you for the parents. What should they pay attention to, and what should they think about immediately once they understand that they have some disability? I'd like to say that the answer to this question is very simple. We have gathered here and we all are talking about in different languages, and I'm amazed at your ability to switch from language to language, and this can help to people that are fellowshipping with autistic children and their parents. And this does not necessarily need to be a verbal language. It can be the language of gestures, body language. Most importantly, the child needs to feel comfortable with you to develop their communicational skills. This is a real great definition to be able to talk to children on the language understandable for them.
The last question goes from Kunal Mirzalieva. Mr. Ferret, in the city of Ganja, with regards to inclusive education, are there any events or conferences, workshops to be organized? Are there in pipeline in Ganja? As I mentioned early on, together with our current project, we've carried out original projects and the unit with the UNICEF in a bit to raise awareness with the teachers, and Ganja does happen to be one of the target regions. And indeed, we did carry out quite interesting and insightful workshops and events. And also, somehow in the foreseeable future, we do not expect any project to set into motion, but I can rest you assured that in the forthcoming projects, indeed, inclusive education will definitely be rolled out in the city, one of the largest cities of Azerbaijan, Ganja. Of course, these current circumstances allow us to carry out online events, but we have to bear in mind that it's resource intensive, and because experts would have to be engaged, and that requires a systematic approach, which in turn certainly will require certain budget and funding. However, having said that, I'll have you know that with such a temporary opportunity, by the virtue of the experts, we do organize even short-term courses and seminars, and with the local initiatives, we definitely try to respond. For instance, not too long ago, with the Ministry of the East Ismaili Region of Educational Faculty Department, they asked to provide the awareness raising support. And what we did with great pleasure, we certainly gave a green light to that request. For the Ismaili teachers, Ismaili region, we organized a workshop. Although it was a short seminar, at least we tried to explicate the essence and subtle details of the inclusive education that I believe we hope and believe that to certainly change the paradigm and the mindset about inclusive education. I think this could be certainly, this kind of events could be held in other regions as well for the mass awareness.
Thank you very much. I think that this Q&A session was very useful, just like the entire Congress. Thank you very much for the time you have taken, but most importantly for your involvement, for your presence, and for your participation, most importantly, in the discussion of inclusivity and diversity. Diverse and inclusive society is something we are moving towards. We're moving towards the society for all. Thank you very much. I would ask our administrators to move forward according to the agenda. We have the seminar choosing individual, we have the seminar on behalf of Naked Hearts. We have Tatiana Morozova, Svetoslav Dobnya, Natalia Chelmakina, Daria Tyapina, Ilya Marko participate in the seminar, in the workshop.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon. I will just greet you without the motion picture. It's a pleasure to see you, Tatiana. Thank you very much for conducting this event, for taking it forward. Thank you very much, everyone that's with you. I'd like to introduce my colleagues. We have Svetoslav Dobnya. He's the child's neurologist. He is the invited professor representing the Naked Hearts Foundation. And our colleagues from Moscow and Nizhny Novgorod, Daria Tyapina, Nizhny Novgorod, case manager. Center of the Naked Hearts Center of Family Support, and Natalia Chelmakina. In Moscow, she's also from the Center from the Naked Hearts Family Support Foundation. We'll be talking about choosing individual goals in comprehensive early intensive behavioral intervention programs for preschool children with ASD. Our today's workshop comprises keynote speakers, Ilyana, Natasha, and Daria. They are all experts, leading, each one of them leading the platforms. And these people have a lot to share with us because Russia is unique in this sense. I'd like to talk about the fact that about the constituents, the elements of success that would be required by any platform to become successful in this area. Most importantly, you need to use the fidelity that you have drawn from somebody or somewhere else. This fidelity is largely depending on how people can apply your approaches. We can call it clinical approaches or some other way. But the fact is that in practice, it's very unlike what was done by those who authored this concept. Because a small child that comes to our center should be able to get the same assistance and help as somebody else coming to a similar center over in the United States or elsewhere around the world. Point number one here has to do with the deviation from protocols, and that's the reason for the reduction of your effectivity. You have listened to this workshop, but you will not be able to just go and start implementing the information you have received here. You will need some sort of supervision. It's very simple. It's the same like driving a car. Once you graduate from the driving courses, from the driving course, you will have somebody to supervise your driving ability. at least initially. In order to bring up an expert or a specialist, you need to operate under somebody else's supervision first. So even in the United States, there's a difference between the university program and in an intense program implemented somewhere in the area of the child's residence is very different. We need to collect data, we need to analyze it, and then introduce that data. The specialists are usually implementing some free creative approaches, and when they are given new ideas, they start experimenting to introduce those ideas, and oftentimes then this is their activity is assessed in a way that has a little to do that is not very consistent. On the one hand, you need to identify the approach that is very well described. In this regard, we have a lot of programs that produce and train specialists. Since our education system is just developing, and if we need to introduce something efficient, we need to take something ready-made and start using it. So the space assessment is based upon the observation of game playing, etc., and supervision on the part of the program developers is necessary. Is to necessarily take place during the introduction, and we need to establish the retraining programs. All the people are equal, but every person is responsible for their own decision making. My colleagues will probably talk about it. They'll talk about different ways of different decision making practices, and supervision is very important. There should be self-assessment of instructors and assessment of instructors, and a lot of the working time is spent by case managers to conduct self-assessment. They video film themselves, then they watch themselves, themselves and assess themselves. But in order for them to be able to successfully play for 20 hours on the daily basis, they need to be very stable, and we need to ensure that autism doesn't take them, lead them astray. You know how difficult it is to communicate with people with autism spectrum disorder and some other disabilities. I'd like to touch upon the slides which I still have. Well, look, everything that the Naked Hearts Foundation is doing, it is establishing programs for preschoolers and their families, implementing programs, effective programs, and helping with inclusion, working with ASD, with children with ASD and inclusion, etc. And all the programs that we will mention are implemented with the assistance of our beautiful foreign colleagues. The first program, which is very important, is the ASSERT program. Here is the spell out of this acronym, the Autism Support Services, Education, Research, and Training. The program was elaborated by the Special Education Faculty or Department of the US University. The program is implemented in Russia. And the Nizhny Novgorod Center, Naked Heart Foundation from Nizhny Novgorod, and the Resource Center for preschoolers and their families are entirely supporting the Naked Hearts Foundation activity, whereas the Resource Center for Preschoolers in the Nizhny Novgorod city is partly supported because we have a kindergarten there that we are working with, and elements of the program also are implemented in Moscow, and the kindergarten number 53 also where we have introduced the program of inclusive training. What does ASSERT include? There is a behavioral program for preschoolers 2 through 5 years of age. This program is most importantly used as a platform to train specialists in the area of behavioral analysis. And this was very important for us because we initially understood that we need a program that would that we can control because it should be somewhere in the center. We will not be able to conduct this intensive behavioral program domestically, as it was actually tailored in a university. And also you can see in pale here, down here, you can see something that we are also doing within the educational institutions, and these are the next steps we should take. And also, should we talk about the ASSERT program and what it is? It's a huge box with different behavioral approaches and techniques. It would be difficult to find a modern-day behavioral technique that would not be used within the ASSERT, within the framework of ASSERT program. And this program is very lively. It's constantly developing and adding new elements. As you can see, it's 20 hours per week. It's a rigid system of support for the specialists. Also, another important program is the JASPER program, which was developed by the Center for Autism Research and Treatment at the University of California, Los Angeles, and it also includes the assessment of intervention, and this allows us the intensity of the program implies 2-3 hours a day, and it is conducted for 3 to 6 months long, and that allows us to cover a lot of children. And the last program that we will highlight tonight is the Early Bird program. Its the major mission of the Early Bird program is to a great number of parents in our country and post-Soviet countries have undergone this early bird program. It was developed by the National British Society. As for questions, all the questions will be after we finish off our session, and if you have any questions, you put them down and forward them to me, please. So just in case, we have just told you about a small segment of what we're doing. If you want to know more about us, you can visit our online platform containing much more information. Now I give the floor to Ilya. Yes, Ilya will now make his presentation and the sponsor of our today's seminar. There are no identical children with ASD, so floor is over to you, Ilya. Thank you, dear colleagues. I will tell you about the early intense behavioral intervention, and we'll talk today about the boy by the name of Matvey. He's 3 years and 6 months old. He's been in the program since October 2020. This is his VB map grade as of October 2020 and February 2021. And the green color signifies the grades he had at the early stage of the program. Now that he has in the past 2 months where he has had different grades, and we will have to reevaluate him. In October, we see the lower grades since September, because Matthew actually refused to fulfill the exercises, and eventually we succeeded in gaining his cooperation, and I will tell you how we did it. Also, the green boxes here show his grades as of October 2020, and yellow of February 2021. He had behavioral problems on the daily basis. They actually accounted for 70% of his time in the program. He came to the center, started crying, refused to do anything. He tried to run away from the center. He would any requirements that we would put forth to him would actually arouse a negative reaction on his part, and he would be weakly motivated. He would have disorders in terms of scanning. Any requirements for him would immediately cause his resistance and refusal to do anything. And he did not. Now, as you can see, the behavioral problems decreased, and the number of problems also decreased. His motivation has improved. His imitation skills have improved. This is the communication matrix grades as of October 2020. He was slightly lower than level 3. These levels are indicative of the practice of the child fellowship, the way he or she expresses his or her feelings and thoughts. They would make generic gesturing. If they liked something they would like to grab it, they would not point out to any objects, virtually never. They would require additional attention. As of February, the situation has slightly changed. Based upon the matrix we did in October, we provided him with an additional means of communication since he did not speak at all. Right now he's speaking, but quite rarely. Right now he is expressing his needs mostly by using gestures. He can make up simple sentences right now. Right now he is greeting people, saying hi. Whenever he sees a person he's not acquainted with. So his social skills are rapidly growing. As for the behavioral problems, the data accumulation started in October. Started since October 7, 2020 through December the 4th. The problematic behavior included yelling. He would actually yell the sound A. He would say ah. Then he would start biting his fingers, and or he can bite into the arm of the instructor. The ABS analysis is pointed out on the slide. The new instructor says, repeat after me, and is clapping his hands. Matthew, in response, Matthew is yelling. Most of instructions would cause the yelling sound, and the problematic behavior seen on the chart. This chart is pointing out the problematic behavior. The data is very fluctuating. He could, for some time, he could behave more successfully, but then he would have, whenever he would dislike something, and whenever he would protest in any attempts to make him sit down, he would just refuse it and resist it. After the intervention, there was this surge, and then for the most part the negative behavior has slid down. The problematic behavior usually results in the refusal to fulfill any actions. Whenever he would slide down the floor, we would, regardless of that, give him simple, provide him with simple tasks that envisage very simple actions like clapping, putting something in the bucket, or rolling a car. These things he would do spontaneously on himself, but we wanted him to do it at our instruction. Then every task fulfilled would be incentivized by a piece of chocolate, and we would have pre-planned breaks without any additional exercises once in every 7 minutes. So he could have a 3-minute break. During this break, he could do something he would be interested in or play. And one other important point, any attempts to bite himself or the instructor would be stopped, of course. The plan, the implementation of the plan started since October the 29th, 2020, and during day 3 of the program implementation, the negative behavior began to decline. Eventually, his negative behavior actually his behavior has actually he stopped his negative behavior altogether. At the moment, he can sometimes yell out something if he is unable to fulfill the task set before him. This is the video example as he is interacting with the instructor one-on-one. Right now, his schedule is drastically different from what it was early on. As I said early on, he would get a piece of chocolate for every full task fulfilled. Right now, for 2 tasks properly fulfilled, he gets a coin. Right now, his ability to fulfill different tasks has abruptly increased.
Выбор подкрепления осуществляет по доске выбора, на которой карточки с какими-то...
The choice of incentives includes different cards with toys and some other incentives. He himself is choosing that card with the appropriate incentive. And is putting it on the desk.
Извините, смотрите, небольшой комментарий.
Look, just a little comment. The instructor has several blank forms with various tasks, and the instructor task descriptions, and in between different tasks, the instructor is sporadically choosing them for the boy to fulfill them and receive an incentive.
После сборов всех 5 жетонов,
having collected all the 5 coins, he has to detach the coins from the board and give them to the instructor to get the incentive. As long as he's not able to do it on his own, he needs some help on the part of the instructor. The next stage is the schedule of activities comprising various pictures with different actions that the child has to do to fulfill on his own. So the goal here is to fulfill the action without the instructor's participation. So he is now compiling his schedule on his own by choosing certain elements of the schedule. He's collecting the cards and sticking them on the board.
Ну вот сейчас важный пример того, как он
Here
работает.
is an important example of how he is working according to the schedule. He has fulfilled one of the tasks, and now he will approach his schedule to see to look up the next card, and then he will proceed to fulfilling the next stage. And he will fulfill it in the like fashion. I don't have any time left, so I will briefly show you one other fragment of our activity. On top of one-on-one interaction, we have the group interaction, which is quite successful as well.
И здесь точно так же за выполненные задания на группу даются всем детям, которые в этом участвуют, всем
And here,
даются.
in the same way, all the kids participating in this exercise are incentivized. I will conclude since I don't have time left. It's important to say that the level of support required by the child has abruptly reduced as compared to what it was like initially. While previously he would always be resisting any initiative, right now he is very joyful and obedient. This is it. Thank you very much. Thank you. These are small victories every day. Thank you very much for it. Our next presentation will be made by Daria Tepina. Please, the floor is over to you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Excuse me. Can you all see it well? Thank you. I will tell you about the compound approach, the complex approach based upon the example of Timofey, the boy by the name of Timofey. He is 3 years and 10 months old. He has ASD. early on when kids come to us, we conduct diagnosis within the framework of every or each program. We conduct VB map. We do the VB map, and here you can see how that before 18 months old, under 18 months old, he was his strongest skills had to do with the game playing and visual perception. He would perceive pictures with different articles, and he could manipulate and play with different objects and items. He could actually compile different puzzles, but he would do it on his own, always alone. That was the biggest gap, the biggest, the weakest area. He would always be alone. He would never be playing with his peers or the adults. He would not fulfill any instructions of adult people. He would not point out any objects or items on the pictures, although we were sure that he knows about them. He would not articulate any sounds other than vowels. He did not express any consonants. So we see the empty column of items names, and I will tell a little bit more about the requests.
В рамках программы Jasper.
Within the framework of the Jasper program, we are. I will show you a video footage dedicated to his playing skills. He would start manipulating the items he would get. He would disregard the adult person. He would have very short routine actions executed. He would fill out these molds, molded forms, and then put them into the microwave, and then put them back on the table. And that was it. And he would do it time and time again. Now you see how difficult it was to wait for Timothy to wait for him. He had a hard time waiting for the microwave operation, and the only thing we could successfully do is replace these muffins with crackers. The time of involvement would last for no longer than 1.5 minutes. Then the adult had to replace the items to get Timothy involved in the game. Again, he would not respond to the pointing out motion. He would not share. Right now, the instructor is teaching him to exchange items. That was back in September 2020. The communication assessment was done based upon the communication matrix, and we could see that his communication level was non-traditional, non-conventional, level 3. When a kid, 6 to 12 months old kid, it would not line up with the typical response of the kid at this age group. He would approach an adult to grab their hand, and lead them to the item he wanted to get. And otherwise, if he didn't get what he wanted, he would start weeping, crying, and he would actually cry and yell for 40 minutes on end, and he would also quit the class. Then a huge scope of work was implemented to develop his communication skills through interactive PX communication. Timothy was studying in the structured cabin. He was provided with gaming routines, and then we would apply his skills. These skills were appropriated as seen in green in December, and in March you can see the blue boxes. These are the new skills he acquired thanks to the complex program. Now Timothy is pointing out all the figures. He can circle them. He knows the entire alphabet. He can match the picture with the word. He has grown in terms of his visual perception skills. We have made him play with different kids in different circumstances. He is now distinguishing between the new and old instruction in the natural environment. The most beautiful thing is that the new sounds very slowly but steadily. Timothy is starting to pronounce new sounds and phrases. As for his playing skills, what are the changes in the playing skills? His game playing skills are developing very well. His routines are expanding very successfully. Now they are compiling a cake. Now Timothy can share as he never shared before. Now they are feeding the doll, and they gave her to drink, and he's paying attention to the adult. And most importantly, he is involved in the game. The next routine is the vegetable salad that they are cutting. They are boiling the fruits. They will now start feeding the doll. They were also feeding the snake and pelicans. He's paying due attention. He's duly paying attention to the adult. He's pointing out his finger. I have the banana. He's expecting very intensely for 30 seconds or 1 minute. Now they will feed the snake, and the next step is the construction of a city. They constructed that tower, they set up the palm trees, they also built the Lego cars and put little human beings there. Most importantly, Timothy has become better involved for a long time. He can share and offer things and exchange items and make his choice. As I said before, Timothy's mother also came to participate in the early bird program for parents, and she started applying different strategies, and I will also show you what has changed in their practice, what kind of strategies they are using and implementing to help Timothy to go through his day. Since his mother wanted to interact with Timothy, he did not allow her into his game. So his mother tried to get him involved by asking his question. She tried to join his game. So here they're playing with flowers. He did not pay previously. He did not pay any attention to the adults' presence. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Okay, in March. That was the game they played in March. Now they are seated at the same level at the table, and Timothy is waiting. His mother is counting 1, 2, 3. He is sounding out, pronouncing everything together with her. They are involved together in the same game, and they're intensely playing. My sound is slightly lagging behind the motion picture. Now his mother actually asked him to get involved in playing with the animals. They tapped and walked around. His mother is asking a lesser amount of questions. She's able to wait for his response. She's able to wait longer for his response. Timothy's strong area had to do with a solo game, so we actually structured his schedule. We scheduled his activities during the day. Timothy is taking his folder. He's opening it up. He's picking up. He matches the picture with a basket. With the right kind of basket, he puts it away. Then he flips over the page. He turns the page. There are activity open-ended and close. There are open-ended activities and non-open-ended activities. Sometimes he needs help in terms of maintaining the proper sequence of actions. Sometimes his routine is not exactly happening in the exact same way. So we help Timothy to overcome the changes. His schedule is actually assisting him. Now he has set the timer, he read the book, he looked it up.
Таймер прозвенел.
The timer sounded up, he puts the timer away, then he puts his books away.
А здесь сейчас ему нужно
Right now, he needs to select a partner to play with. He needs to. They will be playing.
Сейчас он подготовится.
Now he's getting ready.
Так, мне опять звук отстал. Итак, вот он отрывает подсказочку в виде.
Now he's tearing off the tip and gives it to the adult. The adult is voicing out the tip, and now they are playing in a rather natural environment. They are applying the skills that they worked out in the cabin, and when the timer goes off,
Тимофей отрывает скрипт.
Timothy is tearing off the script. The adult is reading. Thank you for the game. Thank you for playing. And then Timothy is bidding the person farewell. He says thank you and bye. Now he's putting away the materials he's been working with, and now his page is empty. It's blank, and he needs to pick out any of the games that he would desire. Now he's gonna play it once again. He puts it away.
Очень быстро помогает Тимофею.
The instructor is quickly helping Timothy to go through this sequence of actions to avoid the distractions. And ultimately, he has a little. He gets his incentive, something he has selected before. He closes the book and puts it back away. And this is basically the change of his communication grade. The change is quite significant. We taught him to tell us what he wants, to draw somebody's attention by touching, by lightly touching the person with his hand, and the follow-up system that we will apply includes the software. So we have stopped. We're currently at the fourth phase. He could make up a sentence of 3 to 4 words. He could come up with a 3 to 4 word phrase and convey it to the adult. He learned how to refuse, express his desire, comment, pose questions, talk to others. That's why we offered him a tablet with a software. This is the alternative system. They now finish off one game and
увидел новую игру, захотел новую игру.
Timothy saw the new game. He is picking out his.
Потом привлекает к себе внимание, подходит к
Now
взрослым.
he's drawing the adult's attention. He goes up to them to tell that he wants to play, and they will be playing that game right now. Timothy is also requesting different games from different tutors and teachers. If there is no appropriate card, he can. If there's no if there's no card needed, he can just tell what it is that he wants to play. As I said before, we actually we installed a program on his tablet. And now I asked him what he wants, and I use his hand to show him that he's got no cards, but he is grasping it very quickly, and he quickly takes the tip to come up with a new sentence. A lot is happening with Timothy every day. Now he is selecting the sentence that he would like to use to draw my attention, and
Да, фиолетовый, не очень хорошо слышно, планшет.
And the purple. And then I would ask him what kind of color he would choose, and then he also additional information about communication and additional possibilities to develop communicational skills will be told about by Natalia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers of this Congress and the Naked Hearts Foundation for the opportunity to change our experience. Also, I'd like to separately thank my colleague Irina Dumova for participating in the preparation of this presentation. Thank you very much. As my colleague said before, our service is attended by the autistic children, which means that every program is aiming at developing the speaking abilities or communicational skills. So we'd like to share the experience on our experience on the ability to develop the skills. We have a beautiful boy by the name of Mark. He is 4 years and 7 months old. He's diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Should we talk about his interests, he is interested in figures and letters, logical games, some very quick games implying quick movements. His assistance support program included intensive behavioral program. Early on, when the kid came to our service, the parents they were worried about the unstable eye contact. He would not have any speaking ability. He would not always follow instructions. He would not play with his fingers. He would also have redundant, recurring behavior, rather, routine behavior, counting English alphabet. He would shoot from the fingers, from his fingers. He would build he would build letters, compile letters and figures with the fingers of his hands, of his arms rather. We have he underwent the initial assessment, which is reflected by a yellow color mark, as many other autistic children would have quite strong academic skills. He would have some good skills of soul playing, game playing. He liked to play on his own, but he did not play with adults or his peers. We could see some we wouldn't see any skills of intraverbal behavior. He would have weaker skills of responding, and the major goal of ours was to help him develop the verbal response skills. For the most part, we tried to interpret, initially we tried to interpret Mark's behavior. He could nod his head if he approved of something. He would say yes or no by nodding his head. He would lead an adult person to the desired item or object, but the adult people could not always guess what it is that he wants. The adult people, once the adults could not guess what he wants, Mark would start crying and hollering. I will show you a short video dedicated to his behavior before the intervention program.
Сейчас Марк получил поощрение за правильно выполненную задачу.
Now Mark was incentivized, encouraged by getting a piece of chocolate. The piece of chocolate was dropped to the floor, and he is producing some sort of sounds to express his dissatisfaction. He could not say want or I don't want, like or dislike. Now he agrees by nodding his head. We see that he has the pointing out gesture. He's using it to pick out the desired item. The instructor here is teaching him to express the word yes. This is how his skills looked like before the intervention. After the assessment, we began to think of what it is that we could do to help the boy develop his skills. And we were thinking of the techniques that would be suitable for him when thinking about the different methodologies, we understood that PECs would not be suitable for him because he would be able to draw the adult's attention. He did understand the meaning of somebody's communication. Also, he had very well developed skills of pointing out to an object or item. He understood that a certain response would actually match with the certain item. When we were choosing the technologies to use, we saw that he had very good move. He could easily move, and he could turn the pages on the tablet. He had quite extensive vocabulary. Should we, in terms of PECs, if we uploaded all the words that the boy was using, it would be very clumsy. It would be a huge folder with a great number of pages, and he would have a hard time finding what he needs. Also, the advantage of the technologies um, uh, in terms of the tablet is that the program, the software can voice out what he's choosing. The adults don't have to voice out or name what he was choosing. Also, the tablet would also voice out what the kid would say, unlike the adults that cannot really sometimes understand what the kid is desiring. Also, we have the software, it's called Let Me Talk. We're using it quite often. The advantages and disadvantages include the following. The advantages include the free access. It is supported by Android platform, which means that it could be installed and used on a broad spectrum of gadgets. Also, we can upload our own folders and images depending on the needs of the boy, and also we can come up with an individual vocabulary suitable for the boy. Another advantage is that this software can be used to develop various verbal skills. One disadvantage has to do with the English-Russian difference. The Russian language has some grammatic forms that emerge as a result of declining the verbs and nouns. And the disadvantage is that because in English the endings do not change, the Russian endings would not be changing when declined by the software. It doesn't pronounce certain words, and we don't know how to fill out this gap. Then we began to establish specific tasks to develop goals, rather to set the specific goals to develop the verbal non-verbal behavior. He would be asking for different products, for different items. His vocabulary initially was very restricted, comprising 20 to 25 words, no folders. All the words were placed on the main screen, so he would learn operating to use them. Next, we had to teach him to come up with a 2 to 3 word requests. We didn't want him to always say, I want this, I want that. We wanted to naturalize his speech speaking skills. We taught him, I want plus some object, give me plus some object, more plus some object, I don't want something. Now we're using Mark to use the adverbs, the numericals, and to use some polite forms. Give me, please, no, thank you, etc. And we also teach Mark to ask questions to get some information, to ask what is it, where is it, etc. And should we talk about the points before the intervention? His assessment equaled 5.5 points. Right now it's over 7 points. I will show you a little video footage. We remember how he acted before the intervention, and this is how he is acting right now.
Группа попросил держи зеленый фломастер. Некоторые ситуации здесь выглядят немного искусственными.
Here, some situations seem a little bit artificial, but this is done on purpose to develop certain skills. Like here, an adult is sitting here and looking up in a different direction to make Mark learn, to have Mark draw the adult's attention.
Пожалуйста, коричневый фломастер. Не очень хорошо, наверное, слышно, что озвучивает планшет. Сейчас Марк отказывается.
You probably cannot hear very well what the tablet is voicing out, but Mark is saying that he doesn't want this. This is the session aimed at teaching him to ask questions in order to get the information he needs. Here, Mark is using the tablet to get some more. We see the pleasure, the kind of pleasure he gets as a result of his communication. So we taught him to ask by using the tablet, and the length of his phrases is quite good. It's 5 to 6 words long. Also, we taught Mark we used tact to teach him to comment him. Right now he has 8.5 points, whereas prior to the program, before the program started, he would be assessed as having only 0.5 points. Right now he says this plus the description of the item. He's capable of describing items. Oftentimes oftentimes he is naming some items when he wants to get them. I will show you a short video footage to exemplify how it looks like right now. This first fragment is the teaching segment. He pulls out the puzzle piece. What is it? You're waiting too long. Some tips are used here. You had the green triangle, Mark. Now his comment will be voiced out in combination, in copula with the request. This was the request.
Наташа, наверное, нам придется сейчас заканчивать уже, да?
Most probably we'll have to close, to conclude. I will quickly run through our activity without any videos. We want Mark to speak. Before he was assessed as having 3 points. Right now he has 4 points. He has some disorders in terms of coordination and articulation. So his speech skills are limited. We are also working on his intraverbal behavior. For example, the instructor says the fir tree, and Mark says green. The instructor says the mouse, and he says it's gray, and then the instructor is asking him who you are, what is your name, and how many years of age you are. His vocabulary is no less than 200 words. Unfortunately, the vocabulary of the child depends on the adult's vocabulary, and we don't exactly know how many words does he have. We know for sure that he knows at least 200 words. He is using 2 to 6 words to construct his phrases. There are some difficulties in terms of his grammar. Because of the software, we can do nothing about that. This is how his vocabulary is organized. This is it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Natalia, very much. We would like to listen to you endlessly, but I hope that our audience understands that we try to provide a broad view covering a huge number of different intervention techniques, and we have selected a certain number of boys. For an example, these are boys with ASD, and I think we succeeded. I don't know whether we have any time left for questions, but I think we should conclude now, and we should say bye to everyone.
Коллеги, добрый вечер. Меня не видно пока, но меня слышно.
Good evening, dear colleagues. I cannot be seen, but you can hear me. Well, thank you very much for this useful workshop. Unfortunately, we will not have time for questions and answers, but the audience has information about you. They know where to send their questions. We appreciate your dedicated participation for many years. Thank you for your activity contributing to making this world more diverse and more beautiful. Thank you very much. Before I bid farewell to our audience, I will tell you what we will have tomorrow in terms of our schedule. We will have very interesting sessions dedicated to we will talk about the way of life from school, starting from birth to school. We will discuss something we cannot always succeed in. One session will be dedicated to diagnosing the invisibles, and one session will be dedicated to our world together. And one of the most favorite sessions will be dedicated to the war, the pandemic, and special people. Today, I would recommend for you to go outside, don't stay indoors. Take your kids and go out for a walk. Make sure you have you inhale enough oxygen for you to be in good shape tomorrow. I wish you a great evening. I'd like to thank our speakers once again, especially those that are from outside Azerbaijan, and I hope to see you all next year in the offline fashion. And thank you all very much for having been with us. If you are with us, it means that it's still interesting. Tomorrow we shall start at 10 a.m. and we'll wait for all of you to join. Have a good evening.
До свидания.
До
Спасибо
свидания.
большое. До свидания.
Ağaçta her yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl. Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Ağaçda hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranıb, o belə özəl.
Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük. Hər birimiz eyni ömür sürürük. Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm.
Ağaçda hər yarpaq başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə gözəl.
Dünyada hər insan başqasından fərqli. Belə yaranır, o belə özəl. Hər birimiz mavi səma görürük.
Hər birimiz eyni
ömür sürürük.
Hər birimiz fərqli düşüncələrdə
eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Sevgi istəyirəm, sevgiyə layiqəm. Fərqliyəm, sizdən biriyəm. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tək deyiləm.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranıb o belə gözəl. Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Belə yaranıb o belə özel.
Ağaçta her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranır o belə güzel.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Belə yaranıb o belə özel.
Her birimiz mavi sema görürük. Her birimiz eyni ömür sürürük.
Her birimiz farklı düşünceleri var.
Eyni bir cahanı bölüşürük. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Sevgi isterim, sevgi alayım. Farklıyım, sizden biriyim. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değilim.
Her yarpak başkasından farklı. Belə yaranır o belə güzel.
Dünyada her insan başkasından farklı. Belə yaranır o belə özel. Her birimiz mavi sema görürük.
Her birimiz eğilir ömür sürür. Her birimiz farklı düşüncelerde yeni bir cahanı bölüşür. Farklılar sizden biriler. Sevgi isterler, sevgi alayım. Farklılar sizden biriler. Öz dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değiller. Farklılar sizden biriler. Sevgi isterler, sevgi alayım. Farklılar sizden biriler. Dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değiller. Farklılar sizden biriler. Sevgi isterler, sevgi alayım. Farklılar sizden biriler. Dünyam olsa da dünyada tek değiller.